66. That's right? 66. My handwriting is crazy. Your Honor, permission to approach?
You may approach, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked solely for identification as state 66R. If you can flip through it and see if you see the serial number that helps refresh your memory.
Yes.
Okay. And if you can look at it, have your memory refreshed, and then speak to the jury.
Okay, on the 10th of July, I received a serial number from the victim, Mr. Phillips, a SIG P226 handgun, with the serial number of Uncle 748574.
And once you receive that number, did you put that in the police report?
Yes.
And you put that on your system?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 12B as in boy. If you can take a moment, look at State's Exhibit 12B, and let me know the serial number that's on State's Exhibit 12B. To look at Exhibit 12 being the serial number?
Yes, I did.
Was that the serial number on the actual gun? That the same serial number given to you by Mr. Phillips?
Yes.
Okay. After getting the serial number from Mr. Phillips and putting the serial number on the system, did that conclude your involvement in the case at that time?
No, it didn't. Actually, Mr. Phillips had other items that were missing, but like the shotgun, stuff like that, that he could not locate the serial numbers on. So the case went inactive.
And did there come a point in time when you learned of Mr. Phillips' gun being recovered?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, you recall when that date where the gun was recovered?
I think it was September the 9th. It was about September the 9th.
Of that same year?
Of the same year.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Cross. All right, Mr. Steele, go ahead. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. How are you, investigator?
Fine.
Good to see you again. The notes that you brought with you that you were referring to earlier in your testimony, do you still have them in front of you?
Yeah, they're here.
And did you review those notes and use them to prepare yourself for testimony today?
Basically, yes.
May I look at them, Your Honor?
You may.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm not going to take long. Okay.
Sure.
Okay, and thank you very much. From your information, the burglary happens approximately July 10th, 2013. Does that sound approximately correct?
Yes, in that ballpark, correct.
Okay, and you don't go out to the house of the Phillips, is that
No.
fair to say?
No.
But you receive a call from Miss Phillips or Mr. Phillips?
Mr. Phillips.
Okay, and you get information to try to learn about what you can do to put the gun or the other property on the system, the computer system. It's fair to say?
So, as far as this cases, most people call, they also advise them that if they don't have the serial number at that point in time, they can call the investigator that is handling the case to update with the serial numbers.
And that's what you did?
Yes.
And when you received the information on State's Exhibit 12B, which you just looked at and compared to what was given to you, you put that information on a computer system, fair to say?
Yes.
And approximately 2 months later, we're talking about September 9th, 2013 from July 10th, 2013, so about 2 months later, there's a match.
Yes.
On the serial number that is now the gun in 12B. Fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And you had no involvement in that traffic stop either. Is that fair to say?
Yes, I had no involvement in the traffic stop.
And the traffic stop, again, I'm talking about the September 9th, 2013 traffic stop. True?
Well, as far as the traffic stop, the only thing I got from that was information.
Right. But you were not involved in that traffic stop? Okay. And you did nothing further in this matter?
As far as the gun being recovered, what I did after that was basically call to find out if the prints that the officer said he took from the location, if they came back to get a match.
Okay.
But they didn't have any prints.
Okay. And that's it?
And that's it.
That's why you're here?
That's why I'm here.
Okay. Thank you. Your Honor, thank you. Nothing else.
Any further examination, counsels? All right, any reason, permanent or temporary excusal, Ms. Hilton?
The defendant is going to be permanently excused.
All right. Investigator Skeet, I'm going to permanently excuse you as a witness. You're free to go about your usual duties and avocation. Just don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. All right, madam, call your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Wellington Clark.
All right, son Wellington Clark, please.
In a few moments. Be prepared.
All right, Mr. Clark, good morning, sir. Good morning. Sir, if you would please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you'd be so kind to turn and face Deputy Ham and be sworn as a witness before you sit down.
Do you swear if I'm testifying about the according to truth, I will shoot nothing but the truth, something there?
I do.
Man, see if you state your first and last name, what's going on, please.
First name Wellington, Wellington. Last name Clark, Clarke.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good, and yourself?
I'm doing well. Where are you employed?
The City of Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you been in the City of Atlanta Police Department?
I guess about 20 years now.
20 years. And what is your current assignment?
Currently, I work with the License and Permit Unit.
Prior to working for licensing division, where were you?
Oh, you want a rundown? Or?
Yeah, just give me a quick rundown,
All right,
if you can remember it all.
I went from crime scene to crime prevention. I went over to our VIC unit before I moved over to License and Permit.
Now, are you a post-certified officer?
Yeah.
Are you a civilian employee with
Yes.
APD?
Yes.
Tell the jurors, what do you do when you were a crime scene tech? When was that period of time?
It's probably, I guess, somewhere between from 2005, I think, all the way up to 2013 or somewhere, all around that, a little past that.
Tell the jury, what do you do as a crime scene tech? What were your job duties and responsibilities?
As a crime scene tech, your primary duty is to process crime scene, collect the evidence, package it, process it, or forward it to GBI.
When you were a crime scene tech, did you go out to every crime that was committed in the city of Atlanta or only some?
Only some.
How was a crime scene tech generally called out to a scene?
Usually, well, we worked off what we call detective radio, and most of the specialized units work off detective radio, so whenever something would happen in the zone officer would come on to detective radio and then raise crime scene.
And we're going to talk about generally, when you go to a crime scene, tell the jury a little bit about what happens once you actually arrive on the crime scene.
Well, usually when you arrive at the crime scene, you start to pretty much visualize what are you looking at, what do you have to do, how are you going to process the scene.
And when you say process, what do you mean?
Well, as a crime scene, when you first get to the crime scene, we always say you looked at a crime scene, you take photograph, and you process as is before we start to alter it.
And when you arrive on the scene, do you generally speak with anyone?
Generally, you speak with the beat officer, the investigator, whoever.
And why is that?
You just want to kind of get a brief idea of, why they call you, what is happening, who has already been in the crime scene.
Do you get any direction from either the responding officer or the investigator as to what they're asking of your services?
Yes.
Now I want to direct your attention to January 25th, 2013. Were you working as a crime scene tech on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to direct your attention to an incident at 2612 Old Hateville Road. Did you have the occasion to respond to that location?
Yes.
And why, do you recall, I know there's been some time, why you were asked to respond to that location?
From my report I read, I think it was involving when I was officer.
It was involving one of your officers?
Yes.
Okay. And what were you asked to do?
Well, I want to believe when I got to the scene, as usually we process it, whatever evidence was there, whatever subject was at the location, photograph them.
Now, you said when the subject at the scene, when you get on scene, do you know specifically what subjects there are, like their names or date of birth, or are you just told to photograph the subject?
Or just the subject, whoever may be, whoever the officer encountered at that moment or whatever that happened, we just consider them subject.
Outside of taking pictures of any individuals, did you take any pictures of anything else? Do you recall?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What do you recall taking pictures of?
It was a black firearm that was in, I believe, a yellow bucket.
And anything else?
Not right off memory.
Okay. I want to show you what's already been admitted at State's Exhibit 2, 3, 4, and 5. We'll first start with State's Exhibit number 2, and it's going to publish on the screen next to you. Looking at State's Exhibit number 2, do you recognize State's Exhibit number 2?
Yes.
And how do you recognize State's Exhibit number 2?
That's a photograph that I took at the crime scene.
Okay. And now we're going to go next to State's Exhibit number 3. What is that?
That's what we call a close-up of the firearm.
What's the purpose of taking that close-up picture?
Well, we want to get any make, model, or any alteration, anything of that nature.
I want to show you what's already been admitted. Oh, excuse me, did you collect that gun?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted, State's Exhibit 10A. Looking at State's Exhibit 10A, is 10A the same gun that is in State's Exhibit 3A?
Yes, it is.
And that's the same gun you collected back in January 2013?
Yes.
Now looking at State's Exhibit number 4. Do you recall taking pictures of that vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And were you directed to take pictures of that particular vehicle?
I want to believe so, yes.
And now looking at what's been made at State's Exhibit number 5A.
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you what I've already shown the defense counsel previously, but we'll show it again. Thank you. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 6A as an alpha, 7A, 8A, and 9A. Take a moment and look at those pictures. Do you recognize those pictures?
Yes.
How do you recognize them?
Those are photos that I took at the crime scene.
Okay. And were you directed to take a picture of those 4 individuals?
Yes.
And would those pictures fairly and accurately depict the individuals as you took pictures of them on January 25th, 2013?
Yes, ma'am.
You're on this time of state by the tender State's Exhibit 6A, 7A, 8A, and 9A into evidence.
Any objection to any 6A, 7A, 8A, or 9A? All right, hearing none. 6 alpha, 7 alpha, 8 alpha, 9 alpha are admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, first thing I said to the 6A, do you recall, were you ever given the names of the individuals when you were taking pictures, or were you just told to take the pictures?
I just took the photograph.
Okay, thank you. And was this one of the photographs you took?
Yes.
All right. Now looking at 7A? Was also, oh, excuse me, 8A? Was this one of the pictures you took?
Yes.
All right. Oh, okay. there might be a scrivener's error, so let's look at 8A
Yes.
and then 9A.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. After you took the pictures and collected the evidence, did that include your involvement in the case?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Cross. All right, no cross? Okay, all right. May we permanently or temporarily excuse Mr. Clark?
I'm permanently excused.
All right, Mr. Clark, thank you for your patience with us, sir. I'm going to permanently excuse you as a witness. Don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. All right, call your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor, the state calls Deputy Kandakai, Kandakai.
All right, Deputy Kandakai, sir, if you would please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you turn and face Sergeant Ingram as to be sworn as a witness before you sit down.
Right, and you swear affirm testimony you give the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Have a seat. State first and last name. Court
First name Morris, Morris. Last name Kandakai, Kandakai.
Okay, all right. All right.
For the record, what we discussed has been addressed again.
Okay, all right. You may continue at this point.
Thank you. Deputy Kandakai, where do you work?
Fulton County Sheriff's Office, ma'am.
And how long have you been with the Fulton County Sheriff's Department?
A little over 2 years.
Prior to working with the Fulton County Sheriff's Department, where were you employed?
Atlanta Police Department, Roswell Police Department, South Fulton Police Department.
And we're going to specifically talk about your time with the Atlanta Police Department. When did you work for the Atlanta Police Department?
I worked for Atlanta Police Department from May 2012 up until October 2015.
And are you post-certified?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you post-certified when you worked for APD?
Yes, ma'am.
When you worked for APD, the Atlanta Police Department, what did you do?
Well, once I came out of the training academy, I was assigned to Zone 3.
And where is Zone 3?
Zone 3 is in the southeast area of the city of Atlanta.
What are some of the major roadways within Zone 3?
You got Metropolitan, Cleveland Ave, Ralph David Abernathy, McDonough Boulevard, Lakewood, just to name a few.
And what were some of your job duties and responsibilities in Zone 3?
As a patrol officer, our primary role and responsibility was answering calls for service. If you had some downtime, you would try to be proactive and, deter crime through traffic stops or addressing 50 suspicious individuals and stuff like that.
And when you're assigned to a zone, do you have a particular beat that you're assigned to?
At first, you're not assigned a particular beat. When I first came to the zone, I was a roustabout. That just means whatever beat needed filling in for that day, I could be assigned to any beat. But after a while in the zone, I did get assigned to a certain beat, which was 308, the area of Thomasville Heights.
And when I say beat, what is beat?
Beat is just a particular area of responsibility that officer is responsible for on their shift, answering calls or doing anything that may arise on that area.
Now, as a patrol officer, did you have a partner?
We weren't necessarily assigned partners. Sometimes we ride two to a vehicle if we were short on vehicles or if he was training someone.
Now, if you had to make a stop or arrest anyone, were the officers, as an officer, are you responsible for making a report?
Yes, ma'am.
If there are two of you or multiple individuals involved in a stop, how do you determine who's going to write the police report? How do you determine who's going to write the police report?
I mean, just usually one of us just take it. Someone usually writes a report, the other person is writing out tickets, or one person swearing out the warrants. We share the responsibility.
And if you're on the scene and you're not the person writing the report, do you give your input as to what else may have happened on the scene to include in the report?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to July 15th, 2015. Were you a patrol officer within Zone 3 of the Atlanta Police Department?
I was actually a crime suppression officer at that time.
Okay. Tell me what's the distinction?
Well, the crime suppression unit, we're not assigned, our responsibility isn't necessarily answering 911 calls. We mainly focus on addressing street level crime, deterrent through traffic stops, undercover work, and things of that nature.
While serving in that capacity in July 15, 2015, did you have the occasion to encounter a Honda Civic?
Yes, ma'am.
If you can recall, approximately what time of the day was it?
I would say it was roughly in the evening, probably around 7 p.m.-ish.
And where did you encounter this vehicle?
The traffic stop was conducted at Springside Drive and Macon Drive.
And in relation to any of the thoroughfares that we talked about earlier, specifically Cleveland Avenue, how far is that location from Cleveland Avenue?
Well, that intersection of Macon and Springside, it's about a quarter mile south from the intersection of Macon and Cleveland.
And is that location in Fulton County?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you first encounter that vehicle?
Well, we encountered that vehicle because of the traffic violation.
Okay. What was the traffic violation?
It failed to stop at the stop sign at Springside Drive in Macon.
And where were you? Were you in a patrol car?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you with anyone else?
Yes, I was with Officer Ledesma.
Okay. Where was the patrol car in relation to, so that you could observe this traffic violation?
We were behind the vehicle.
And were you in a fully marked vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And when I say fully marked, what does fully marked mean?
I mean, it's visibly displays the agency. It has light bars. It has working sirens.
If you can recall, who was driving that day?
The marked patrol vehicle, Officer Ledesma was driving.
What happened once you saw the traffic infraction?
We stopped the vehicle for the infraction.
Okay. And what happened next?
Once we got the vehicle stopped, myself and Officer Ledesma, we exited our patrol vehicle to address the traffic infraction with the driver.
Okay. And did you make it to the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened upon you making it to the vehicle?
Well, upon making it to the vehicle, I noticed a strong odor of marijuana while walking to the vehicle.
And how did you notice the smell of marijuana?
I smelled the odor of marijuana.
How did you notice it was the smell of marijuana?
I was exposed to a controlled burn at Atlanta Police Academy.
When you approached the car, do you recall if you were on the driver's side or the passenger
I
side?
was on the passenger side.
And where was Officer Ledesma?
He approached the driver's side.
What happened once you all approached the vehicle?
Once I observed the odor of marijuana, I told Officer Ledesma about that, and then he addressed it with the driver.
Who was the driver of the vehicle?
The driver was Mr. Trontavious Stevens.
Were there other individuals in the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was there someone in the passenger seat?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was in the passenger seat?
Female Miss Marquisha, please. Forgive me if I misspelled her or mispronounced her name.
Okay. And do you know how to spell Marquisha?
I'll have to look at the report if you have one.
You are permission to approach?
You may now.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification. Stacey's in number 67 first. Do you recognize this as 67?
Yes, ma'am.
What is it?
This is the Atlanta Police Report.
And we'll look at a copy of that police report, help refresh them as to the spelling of this police name.
Yes, ma'am, if I could find it on here.
I'm going to direct you to page 4. And the second paragraph, second line from the bottom.
All right, located it.
If you can spell it for the record.
That's going to be Marquisia. First name of Marquisia. Last name is Please, Pleas.
Thank you. Now, you said she was in the front passenger seat. Was there anyone else in the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
How many other people were in the vehicle?
It was one other person besides the driver and passenger.
And where was that person seated?
That person was sitting directly behind the passenger.
And what was that? Were you able to identify who that person was?
Yes, ma'am.
Who?
That person was Mr. Shannon Stillwell Jackson.
Once you all were able to identify the people in the car, what happened next?
Due to the odor of marijuana, we removed all occupants from the vehicle and began a probable cause search.
Did you find anything upon doing a probable cause search?
Yes, ma'am. We recovered marijuana, a firearm, digital scale, and money.
And we're going to first talk about the marijuana. Where was the marijuana?
Marijuana was located underneath the passenger seat.
And what about the digital scale?
It was underneath the passenger seat.
And what about the firearm?
It was underneath the passenger seat.
And so there was some money.
Yes, ma'am.
Where was the money located?
Underneath the passenger seat as well.
Was there anything else found in the vehicle?
Can I refer to the report? I did mention the digital scale, correct?
Yes, you did.
I believe that some of the contents was inside a tan bag as well.
Were there any prescribed pills found in it?
Yes, there were.
Who were the pills? What type of prescribed pills were they?
I believe they were hydrocodone.
And who were they prescribed to?
The front passenger, Miss Please.
As it relates to the firearm, was there anything remarkable about the firearm?
Yes, the serial number was scratched off and altered.
Once you found the marijuana, the scale, and the firearm, what happened next?
We took the occupants into custody.
Let me ask you this, did anyone claim any of the items found in the vehicle, any of the drugs or the marijuana or the firearm found in the vehicle?
On the scene, no.
And you said on the scene, no, tell me about that.
While on the scene, no one claimed ownership of the items.
Okay. Did someone try to claim it later on?
Yes, once paperwork was done and completed, someone did try to claim it.
Okay, and who was that?
The driver, Mr. Trontavious Stevens, attempted to claim it in hopes of releasing his girlfriend.
Objection, Your Honor, also speculation. What is speculating?
Did he say that or?
Also stating it's a form, rephrase if you like.
Sure. Did you have any conversation with Mr. Stevens as to why he wants to claim it?
Well, I don't want to say. Well, he stated, but not verbatim. Officer, you can let my girl go. You know it's not hers. I'll take ownership of it. Not verbatim though, but something similar.
Now, so that you ended up arresting everyone initially.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When did you have that conversation with Mr. Stevens?
That was after warrants were signed and paperwork was completed.
Was that still on the scene or back or somewhere else?
That was at the precinct at that point.
As it related to Miss Please, what did you take out warrants for?
She was charged with possession of a firearm, during the commission of a felony, possession of marijuana with intent to distribute. I believe that may have been all.
As it relates to Mr. Stevens, what was he charged with?
He was charged with a similar marijuana charge and the firearm charge, as well as possession of a firearm by a convicted felon and traffic infraction as well, the stop sign. And he didn't have his license on his person as well.
And then as it relates to Mr. Jackson, what was Mr. Jackson charged with?
He was charged with the possession of a marijuana charge, the possession of a firearm, also with possession of a firearm by a convicted felon as well.
Now, as it relates to the firearm, were there any notifications made to any other agencies as it relates to the firearm?
My sergeant at the time, Sergeant Medina, advised he was going to notify the ATF, alcohol, tobacco, and firearm, reference to the firearm, because it was, like I said, the serial number was scratched off.
Did you collect those items?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may not.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 56G, 57G, and 58G. Tell me if you recognize those items.
Am I able to?
Yeah.
I can open them. First one, what is 58G, I believe? It's 2 glass jars that was recovered inside the vehicle.
Do you recall where in the vehicle those 2 jars were?
It should have been underneath the passenger seat. 56G is the marijuana recovered from within the vehicle. 57G is the tan cloth bag that the marijuana and some of the items was inside that was recovered underneath the passenger seat of the vehicle as well.
And those 3 exhibits appear to be exhibits that you collected the advance.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time I say like the State's Exhibit 56G, 57G, and 58G into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, anybody else? All right, hearing no objection, 56G, 57G, and 58G are admitted. May be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. And first, in looking at 56G, is this an individual package you saw?
Yes, ma'am.
Were they all inside this bag?
Yes, ma'am.
And the money that was found, how much money was it?
It was $19 in cash in different denominations.
And was that found in this bag as well?
I believe so.
And the firearm, did you collect the firearm as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you place that firearm in the property?
Yes, ma'am.
By chance, do you know today where that firearm is?
No.
After collecting this evidence and taking out the arrest warrants, did that conclude your involvement as it relates to this case on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I want to talk to you specifically about the Zone 3 or Cleveland Avenue area. While you were on patrol or working that area, either as a patrol officer or a crime suppression unit officer, were you aware of any gang activity in that community?
Yeah, we were, we learned about general gang activity or gangs that may be operating in that area, but as far as being a gang investigator, specifically targeting gangs or individuals, that wasn't me.
That wasn't, but you were aware of the gang activity?
We were aware of some gangs that may have been operating in that area.
Sure. And specifically, what gangs were you aware that were operating in Cleveland Avenue?
Basis.
Not qualified. Help hearsay, if you don't mind, Your Honor.
I'm overruled the objection on both grounds.
Thank you. What gangs were you aware of?
I mean, in roll call training, we were briefed that Cleveland Avenue area may be occupied by Bloods, YSL, Rock Crew, just to name a few.
All court's indulgence. I have no further questions.
Cross. All right, Ms. Sharp, go ahead whenever you're ready, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Deputy Kenkai.
Hey, how you doing? How you doing, sir?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm good.
All right. As you know, I represent Shannon Stillwell. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. First of all, I just want to ask, during this encounter, during this police stop, was Shannon Stillwell cooperative? Was he a gentleman?
I didn't have any issues with him.
Thank you. Now, the marijuana, the items that were found in the car, I want to talk to you a little bit. I'm not going to say borrow. Could I have a glove?
It's an extra one up here if you want it.
We're talking about pills that were in a pill bottle, correct?
Yes.
Prescribed to Marquisha Please.
Yes.
And Marquisha Please, you learned, was the girlfriend of Trontavia Stevens.
Yes.
Okay. And the pills that were prescribed to Marquisha Please were in this brown sack, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Also in this brown sack was the marijuana in the glass jars, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the money was also in this brown sack, correct?
Yes.
All under the front passenger seat.
Passenger seat.
Gotcha. Under the passenger seat.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Now the firearm, do you recall, and I understand this is, we're talking about 8 years ago. Do you recall if the firearm was in this bag or not?
I can't recall if it was in the bag, but I know it was underneath the seat as well.
Okay, it was underneath the seat. You're not sure if it was in the same bag as the pills that were prescribed to Trontavia Stevens' girlfriend?
No.
Was the firearm, were the glass jars or the firearm, were they ever processed for, to your knowledge, for fingerprints or DNA or anything like that?
To my knowledge, I'm not aware. Once we place it in property, the property officers, they handle that.
Okay. Okay, and just so we're clear, Trontavia Stevens, you made the decision. Were you in charge of what to charge and who to charge?
I was a charging officer, yes.
Along with Officer Ledesma?
Yes.
So to say you consulted with each other?
Yes.
Okay, and you made the decision to charge all three individuals in the car with the gun and the drugs?
Yes.
Okay, and to be clear, the car, the Civic, it was a Civic, correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay. The Civic belonged to Miss Marquisha Please.
Yes, she was a registered owner.
Okay, and her boyfriend, Trontavia Stevens, was driving.
Yes.
And my client, Shannon Still, was in the back seat.
Yes.
Okay. Regarding Mr. Stevens, you recognized him from a previous incident a couple weeks before this incident, correct?
Yes.
In that incident, you were serving backup to Officer Law and Officer Collins in their arrest, correct?
Yes.
And that arrest was of Trontavia Stevens.
Yes, I believe so.
For drug charges.
I believe so.
Okay. And Trontavia Stevens, in this case, after you made those charging decisions to charge all 3 individuals with both the gun and the drugs, he claimed the items, or he attempted to claim the items?
Yes.
Okay. In the search of the car, you took part in the search of the car?
Yes.
Okay, in the search of the car, did you note any gang-related paraphernalia or anything inside the car?
No, I didn't document any gang paraphernalia.
Okay, and in your charging decisions that you and Officer Desmond made, did you charge any of the individuals in the car with violation of the Gang Act, the Georgia Gang Act?
No.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any further cross counsels? Anyone? Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
First, do you see Mr. Shannon Stillwell in courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
If you can identify him by article of clothing, can you identify him by article of clothing he's wearing?
He's going to be the gentleman wearing the brown blazer with the black turtleneck in the far back left corner of the courtroom.
Your Honor, please let the record reflect that Deputy Henniger has identified Mr. Stillwell.
I shall.
About the gun, were you ever able to run it to determine if it was stolen or not?
I was not able to. The serial number was scratched off.
And would there have been a general practice to run it if the serial number was not obliterated?
Yes, ma'am.
Where you found the drugs, you said it was under the passenger seat.
Yes.
Was it close to the front passenger, the back passenger, the middle, or do you remember?
It was just underneath the passenger seat.
And where Mr. Stillwell was sitting, where was he sitting at inside of the car?
Directly behind the passenger seat.
In his position, could he have access to where you found the drugs?
Yes.
And when you spoke to Mr. Stevens about the claiming, this was after the fact?
Yes.
No further questions.
Anything further?
Briefly, Your Honor, just so we're clear, 3 people were charged with 1 gun, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and the location where ultimately the stop took place was at Trontavia Stevens' grandmother's house, correct?
Well, the violation occurred at Macon and Springside, but the final stop of the vehicle was at his grandmother's house.
And how far was that from the spot of the violation?
Could have been 4 or 5 houses down from it.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further?
Actually, yes, Judge. Just a couple questions if I can. Deputy Kennedy, I heard you a little while ago. You identified Shannon Stillwell in the court. You don't see Trontavia Stevens, do you?
No, sir.
Okay. $19 was how much was recovered from the car? 19 bucks?
Yes.
That was in the same bag, right, with the marijuana and the pills prescribed to Miss Please?
Yes, I believe so.
And the marijuana was, what, like a misdemeanor amount of marijuana, is that right?
No, with the way it was baggaged and with the money and the skill, it was felony amount of marijuana.
The amount, the weight was how much?
Approximately 16 grams, but due to it being bagged in individual plastic baggies, the digital scale and the currency that was consistent with intent to distribute.
Right.
Which made it a felony.
Yeah, that was my question. My question was the amount. The amount of marijuana was what, 16 grams?
Yes.
So less than an ounce, right?
It's less than an ounce, yes.
Okay, got you. Less than an ounce of marijuana is a misdemeanor amount of marijuana.
By itself, yes.
Okay, got you. And the money that you're talking about that you say went to your consideration was 19 bucks.
Yes.
Okay. I heard you say something earlier at the beginning. This stop came about as a result of a traffic violation, right?
Yes.
You weren't called to the scene saying that anybody was doing anything, right?
No.
You weren't called to the scene because you suspected anybody was about to engage in any sort of racketeering activity or anything like that, did you?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right. You stopped the car because you were patrolling, and lo and behold, it's a red light violation, and bam, that gave you authority to stop the car.
Stop sign violation.
Stop sign, red line, stop sign. Okay, traffic infraction is what you referred.
Yes, sir.
Okay, got you. And then we go from there to, I think you said, what, smell of marijuana?
Yes, sir.
And search of the car, you find the stuff, and everyone gets arrested, right?
Yes, sir.
And then later on, Stevens tells you something to the effect of, you don't remember exactly, you can let my girlfriend go. You know it ain't hers. It's my stuff. He said something like that, right?
Yeah, to the effect, yes.
All three of them still went to jail, though, right?
Paperwork was already completed.
And once the paperwork's done, they go to jail.
Well, he had the opportunity to tell me that at the beginning.
Yeah, they did at some point, right?
After the fact that the warrants were signed and the judges were notified and we was en route to the jail.
Right. So regardless of what you found out after that, paperwork's done, you're going to jail.
At that point, yeah, the decision was made. Yes, sir.
All right. That's all I got. Thank you.
Anybody else? Anything further from the state?
That $19, it was not found in a wallet or anything. It was found in a bag next to the marijuana
Yes, ma'am.
and underneath the seat of the car in the marijuana.
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
Anything further? All right, may we permanently or temporarily excuse Officer Kandakai?
He can be permanently.
All right, Officer Kandakai, thank you for your patience with us. I'm going to permanently excuse you as a witness. Don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. Ms. Hale, do you? All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's almost a noontime hour. How about some lunch? How about a stretch break and some lunch?
Sounds good.
Okay, all right. Let's go ahead and plan on coming back for 1 o'clock, and we'll go ahead and get started at that point in time. We'll see where the afternoon leads us at that point. Remember, the admonitions that the court has given you, you're still bound by them. If you should decide to step outside your headquarters, leave your notepads in the basket and come on back ready and prepared for 1 o'clock, okay? All right, anything from me? Okay, all right, unless we have anything, ladies and gentlemen, enjoy your lunch. We'll see you at 1 o'clock. All rise. He's already at the door. It's like I'm waiting on you. Okay. You got it once already. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us. All right, counsels, we'll go ahead and be in recess until 1 o'clock, and I'll see you then, okay? All right, we're in recess.
Figure maybe
back from lunch?
Yes, sir. All the juries are present at the board.
Thank you.
Can we bring up one matter?
Okay, what is it?
Your Honor, this applies to Mr. Stillwell, and I believe it's going to apply to Mr. Nichols as well. I believe that at some point this afternoon, the state is going to attempt to introduce certified convictions of my client. He pled guilty under Alford case, the Alford case, Alford v. North Carolina, and, well, I should say North Carolina v. Alford, and I'm going to ask the court to instruct the jury as to what an Alford plea is actually is, because it's not an admission of guilt, and I believe that's important for the jurors to know. And I have a proposed instruction that I can email to Your Honor and the state, but it's from Skinner v. State, 297 Georgia Appeals 828. That's a 2009 case, and it was just reiterated in McCallum, MCCALLUM v. State, and that's A23A 1174. Also 2023 Georgia App Lexus 511 is a brand new case. And if Your Honor would like me to read what it says, I can, or I can just email it.
How do you spell McCallum?
MCCALLUM.
And give me the advance, or they should say advance sheet citation. It's A what?
23.
A23. It's 23A?
Yes.
23A.
1174.
All right. Can you email everybody the proposed instruction, please?
Yes.
All right, do that now.
Your Honor, Westmoreland, on behalf of Nichols, we are asking for the same instruction for 2017 and 2018 conviction that I anticipate that the state will try to introduce today. Both of those cases were Alford pleas.
Ms. Hill.
Chairman.
Shard, have you sent that to the court already?
Yes, Your Honor. It's been received.
I got it. I haven't received it.
Got it?
What's the state's position on the, I'd omit the, of course, the case and the citation, so.
That's fine. Less the North Carolina.
Yeah, I would, if I give it, it would be the trial court may accept a guilty plea from a defendant who claims innocence if the defendant has intelligently concluded that it is in his best interest to plead guilty, and the court has inquired into the factual basis for the plea and sought to resolve the conflict between the plea and the claim of innocence.
Yes.
Mr. Shard, I'm just going to remind you, and I'm going to remind Ms. Westmoreland. If you ask about this and any witness, it is a form of a guilty plea, and it'll be recorded as such. That's not in here. I'm not going to give that. But if you open the door as to it, it's going to be, I'm going to include that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay? Both of you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Westmoreland? Yes. Okay, I just wanted you all to make sure. Okay. Can Ms. Hilton, if you'll just let me know before that, if that is
Your Honor, actually, the state intends to start with the introduction of uncertified copy of conviction for.
I'm sorry, so the microphone, please.
Oh, sorry. Your Honor, the state intends to start with the introduction of the certified copy of conviction for Trontavious Stevens, 2 for Mr. Stevens and 1 for Mr. Jackson, Stillwell Jackson.
okay, so who, madam?
Yes, so for Trontavious Stevens, in indictment 13 SC 116787.
Okay, I need to know their names.
Trontavious Stevens.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, who else?
And then there'll be a second certified copy for Trontavious Stevens as well, under indictment 15 SC 140132, as well as for Mr. Shannon Jackson under that same indictment number.
And I would just ask that when we introduce the conviction for Mr. Stillwell, we introduce it as a guilty plea under offer instead of just a guilty. So it gives context to the judge's instruction, Your Honor's instruction.
That's fine, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll start off with that, and I'll tell them words to this effect: ladies and gentlemen, you're about to receive evidence in regards to some prior convictions. And I'll just put the trial court may accept a guilty plea. And I'll just include that from there. Okay?
Your Honor, for the record, Carson Matthews and Mr. Huey, for the record, we would object to the introduction of these certified convictions coming in to this trial. We would argue that they are hearsay, that we don't have an opportunity to cross-examine these particular certified copies or these certified convictions.
Have you seen them?
I have seen them.
Okay, all right.
And with respect to that, Your Honor, I would argue that under Stafford versus the state, that's going to be 312 Georgia 811 2021 case, and we would argue to the court that
What's the citation again? You said what?
312 Georgia 811, and where it talks about hearsay statements that implicate a co-conspirator but do not advance the object of the conspiracy, such as statements that merely spill the beans about the conspiracy, are not admissible. So we argue that this is the Sixth Amendment confrontation clause issue as well, and on that basis, Your Honor, we would object to these convictions coming in at this trial.
State want to be heard on any of the issue before I rule?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe the Stafford case, Your Honor, is talking about co-conspirator statements. This isn't a statement. This is a certified copy of Mr. Stevens' conviction in this case, which is proof of the underlying crimes, which is a part of the overall RICO conspiracy, Your Honor. So I don't believe that Stafford applies in this case and in this instance, Your Honor.
Judge, we would just argue to the court that the convictions were prepared or done in a courtroom setting. So we would argue that we don't have the opportunity to cross-examine any of that conviction, any of the policy, any of what when you see that particular point.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Matthews. I'm going to deny your motion. And I'm surprised you didn't let Mr. Steele argue that since it's his case.
Your Honor.
But anyways, sir.
And I heard your ruling last week, Your Honor, in the State versus Jefferson.
Yes, sir.
Again, we have a continuing objection.
You may, sir.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
You may, sir. All right. Okay. Anything else? Summon our jurors, please.
All rise for the jury.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Do me a favor. Remove one of those chairs and move everybody over one.
Back to the...
Yeah.
Like that right now.
Yes, sir. Okay.
All right, you want this chair? I'm fine. If y'all slide this way.
All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you have a good lunch?
Yes.
All right, excellent. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you are about to receive some certified convictions in evidence. A trial court, I'm just going to give you a preliminary instruction as to how you should consider those. I'm going to give you this instruction now, and I'll give you some more I'll give you a fuller instruction at the end of the trial when I charge you formally on the law you shall apply to the facts and the evidence as you determine them to be. A trial court may accept a guilty plea from a defendant who claims innocence if the defendant has intelligently concluded that it is in his best interest to plead guilty, and the court has inquired into the factual basis for the plea and sought to resolve the conflict between the plea and the claim of innocence. Call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, Your Honor, the state would like to enter State's Exhibit 11A pursuant to 24-9-901 subsection 1, which is a certified copy of the conviction of Trontavious Stevens in case number 13SC 116787, where he pled guilty to aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony.
This is case 11A, is that correct?
11A, yes, Your Honor.
You say it was an offered plea, is that correct?
This was not an offered plea, Your Honor.
Okay, all right.
He received 10 years to serve 60 days commuted time served. His balance was on probation. And this is for the January 25th, 2013 aggravated assault with Captain Reginald Pettis. And that's my conclusion for State's Exhibit 11A that we'd like to tender as a self-authenticating document.
All right, any further objection as to 11A?
May we approach briefly?
Ladies and gentlemen, you remember what I just instructed you as in terms of what a trial court may accept a guilty plea from a defendant who claims innocence if the defendant has intelligently concluded that it is in his best interest to plead guilty, and the court has inquired into the factual basis for the plea and sought to resolve the conflict between the plea and the claim of innocence. This is called an Alford plea. Okay? A-L-F-O-R-D.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes, you may. States 11. Any further objections, States 11A? No, Your Honor. Okay, States 11A is admitted.
Next, Your Honor, the state would like to tender into evidence States Exhibit 59G as in golf. This is under case number, 15SC 140132 for Mr. Trontavious Stevens, where he pled guilty to possession of marijuana with intent to distribute, criminal use of an article with altered ID mark, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, failure to obtain stop sign, failure to have license on his person. He pled on the 10th day of March of 2016 before the Honorable Judge Henry Newkirk. He received 20 years to serve 10 years commuted to time served, balanced on probation. And that was for the incident involving the stop with the marijuana on July 15th, 2015. We would like to tender this again pursuant to as a self-authenticating document pursuant to 249-901 subsection 1.
Subsection what now?
1. And then last, Your Honor, under
Any objection to 59G, sir? Or madam? Okay, all right. I'll note your continuing objection, and it's admitted over objection.
And last, for this particular portion, Your Honor, we have under the same indictment number, 15SC 140132, the certified copy of the conviction involving Mr. Shannon Jackson, where he pled guilty under Alford to possession of marijuana with intent to distribute, criminal use of an article with altered ID mark, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, where he received 10 years to serve 3 years, balance on probation. And that is also for the incident involving the stop on July 15th, 2015.
And this is states what number?
60G.
Any further objection to 60G? That otherwise hasn't been made already? No. Okay, so I'll note your objection. 60G will be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And we're ready for our next witness.
All right, call your next witness, please, madam.
Your Honor, State Call Sergeant Carlos Maldonado.
Sir Maldonado, good afternoon, sir. Sir, if you would please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you would turn and face Sergeant Ingram, be sworn as a witness before you sit down.
Yes, sir. You swear affirm testimony given today the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I have seen state and spell your first and last name for the courts and not to the
My name is Sergeant Carlos Maldonado. Carlos is C-A-R-L-O-S, and Maldonado is M-A-L-D-O-N-A-D-O.
And Sergeant Maldonado, where are you employed?
I'm employed at the City of Atlanta Police Department
And how long have you been with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
for 11 years.
Where are you currently assigned?
I'm currently assigned to the Aggravated Assault Unit as a supervisor and as a Federal Task Force Officer with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
And how long have you been assigned to this unit?
Been with this unit since the summer of 2022.
If you can briefly tell the jury about your work history with the Atlanta Police Department.
Sure. I was a graduate from Academy, and I was assigned to Zone 4, which encompasses the southwest section of the City of Atlanta, all the way from the West End neighborhood of Atlanta to Camp Creek Parkway, pretty much the extreme boundaries of that zone. I was a patrol officer on evening watch, which is pretty much the middle of the day from 3 o'clock in the afternoon till at that point in time it was midnight. And then following my time on patrol, I went to the Zone 4 Field Investigations Team, and I was assigned to target patrol and do target enforcement for areas following certain crime trends. For example, if there was a string of robberies in the area or burglaries, we were assigned to go and tackle that problem in that area. Following that, I was promoted to detective, and I was assigned to the robbery unit for the City of Atlanta, investigating all armed robberies and bank robberies in the City of Atlanta. Following that, I was transferred to the homicide unit and worked homicides. And then I was promoted to sergeant in the fall of 2020, and I was assigned back as a supervisor for that same FIT team, the Zone 4 Field Investigations Team. I was on the Zone 4 FIT team until the summer of 2022, when I was moved to my current assignment as a supervisor for the Aggravated Assault Unit.
So it'll take you to July 3rd of 2017. What year were you assigned in 2017?
I was assigned to the Zone 4 Field Investigations Team as an officer.
Now, as a FIT officer, you kind of talk about some of your roles and responsibilities. As a FIT officer, did you talk with the community about some of the concerns or crime concerns?
I did. More times than not, it was business owners. They would have complaints that they would make.
Faces.
Pearson.
I'll sustain objections to form. You can go ahead and rephrase.
Would you speak with the community members?
I would.
And was it about crime?
Yes.
And what were you talked generally about what the 15, what were some of your job duties and responsibilities?
Sure. Like I said, we were basically anytime that there was an issue going on within our zone, we were assigned to tackle that problem. Unlike a regular patrol officer who's just handling 911 calls or just doing their own self-initiated patrol, we didn't answer any sort of 911 calls. So if there was, say, as I stated previously, a rash of burglaries ongoing in a certain part of the zone, we were tasked with coming up for like a plan to help suppress those burglaries or whatever crime trend that it was. Typically, Zone 4 FIT, we would do traffic stops as well as suspicious person stops, actually stop vehicles or stop people. We also operate in undercover capacity as well, so where we could just go out there, not readily identifiable as police, and be able to put eyes on the community in a sense when they weren't expecting to see police.
And you just talked a little bit about some members were undercover, where some people operating plainclothes as well as uniform.
Yeah, so those are the three facets that we operated. One is an undercover capacity, which, as I stated, is when you're not readily identifiable as police, driving regular vehicles and wearing regular clothes. We also operated in a plainclothes capacity, which is where we're not wearing a uniform, but we are readily identifiable as police. In this case, the typical fashion that we address is wearing a vest that was clearly marked as police on the front and the back. And so if you were to see me, you would readily identify me as a police officer. And then, of course, the uniform capacity, which is the standard image you have of a police officer on patrol wearing a full marked uniform and operating in a marked vehicle.
Now, as a part of 15, when you went out to go into the community, were you by yourself or did you work with teams?
So on the Zone 4 FIT team, it's like I said, it's a team environment. Typically, I'd be paired up with one officer. My partner at the time in 2017 was Officer Owen, and then we we would have another vehicle, which would be occupied multiple times. So whenever we went and encountered a person, it wasn't just a single officer that was dealing with that person. We always had a team approach, so that way we definitely would have like a backup if we wound up in a situation where we needed it. More times than not, because we were operating in the undercover capacity, we already saw people that were committing the violations, so we knew that we were about to enter a situation that wasn't just a typical, stop on the street and just trying to talk with somebody.
I want to take to July 3rd, 2017. Did you have the occasion encounter a 2016 Volkswagen Jetta?
I did.
And how did you first encounter or see that Jetta?
Sure. My partner, Officer Owen, and I were patrolling the area of the 700 block of Cascade Avenue when we observed the vehicle exit an apartment complex, which was the Volkswagen Jetta, which had a very heavy tint on all of the windows.
And when we say very heavy, to describe it.
It was to the point where, this was in the afternoon, about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and we could not see inside of the vehicle to see who was operating inside of this vehicle.
Once you saw the vehicle with the heavy tint, what happened next?
Sure, we got behind the vehicle and initiated a traffic stop at the next major intersection the vehicle came to, which is the intersection of Cascade Avenue and Donnelly Avenue.
And where did you actually get stopped?
The vehicle pulled into the drive-thru of a Checkers restaurant, which is right at that intersection, and we initiated the stop when the vehicle was in the drive-thru.
Once you initiated the stop, what happened?
At that point in time, there were other members of my unit who came to join us on the stop. Myself and Owen approached the driver's side of the vehicle, and the other officers approached the passenger side of the vehicle.
Why was the car pushing right
Typically, at this point in time, with this vehicle, we couldn't see inside the vehicle, so for just added safety, we had multiple people approach the vehicle.
Once you approached the vehicle, what happened?
We asked the driver to lower the windows because we couldn't see inside of the vehicle, and the door cracked open a little bit, and we were given a response. They couldn't roll the windows down because the windows were freshly tinted.
At that point, when you were given a response that because it was freshly tinted, they couldn't roll down the windows, did you know there was anyone else inside the vehicle?
At that point in time, no.
Did not know.
At that point in time, no.
Okay. After you were advised from the driver that they couldn't roll down the windows, what happened next?
We asked the driver for his driver's license, and he stated that he did not have one, and at that point in time, he was detained in handcuffs.
Once he was detained, was he removed from the vehicle?
He was.
Where was he placed?
He was placed in the rear seat of the patrol vehicle, which I was assigned to that day.
What happened?
I changed his name and date of birth to run him on the in-car computer, and at that point in time, I discovered he did not have a driver's license.
And what was his name?
His name was, I'm sorry?
What was the name he gave?
Kamarius Nichols.
Once you ran, he came back unlicensed. What happened next?
I had stepped out of the vehicle, and at that point in time, I was told by another member of my team, Officer Chisholm, that we had received consent to search the vehicle.
And at this point, did you have other occupants in the vehicle?
Yes, at that point in time, we knew that the vehicle was occupied more than just the driver.
How many other people were in the vehicle?
In addition to the driver, there were 3 adults and a minor child.
Okay. So let's talk about the 3 adults. Was there someone seated in the passenger seat?
Yes, there was.
Excuse me, the front passenger seat.
Yes, there was.
Who was that person?
It was a female by the name of Fabian Pierre.
And then was there anyone in the back seat?
There was.
Okay. Who was in the back driver's side?
Directly behind the driver was an individual by the name of Brandon Warren.
And then what about behind the back passenger?
It was an individual by the name of Norman Ayers.
And then where was the minor child?
I can't recall. I can't recall. They were in the back, but I don't remember.
What happened once you all received consent to search the vehicle?
Myself and other members of the team proceeded to search the vehicle.
And what, if anything, did you find?
Sure. In the center console, we located a bag of suspected powder MDMA. We also found a pill bottle which contained 6 suspected pills of what's known as alprazolam. It goes by the brand name of Xanax, and a single suspected pill of ecstasy. Next to the pill bottle, there were several other glassine baggies, which are commonly used to in narcotic sales.
Faces.
It's not just
Overruled.
Which are commonly used to, you would place narcotics in the bag and then distribute them when you sell them. In addition to that, a loaded 9mm handgun was located underneath the driver's seat.
And I know you just said, but can you say it again? Where were the suspected drugs or narcotics?
We were in the center console.
And within the center console, did it appear that anyone in the car would have to get access to?
Yes, it was within arm's reach of all the occupants.
Now, I know you said you received consent. Was that from the driver? Was that from the owner?
It was.
Basis.
Hearsay in violation of confrontation clause for the Georgia confrontation clause and the United States confrontation clause. He did not receive consent.
I will rule the objection, note your objection, continue objection for the record, madam.
And once you found the suspected drugs and the firearm, what happened next?
At that point in time, we weighed the suspected drugs to see what the amount was. It ended up being, visibly it was quite a large amount, so we wanted to see what the appropriate charge would be for the narcotics. And then I Mirandized everyone in the vehicle to see if they would speak to me, and only one person elected to speak with me.
Okay. Did anyone claim, Your Honor?
You had an objection?
May be approached.
All right, talk radio. You holding the button? You want to advise your officer not to say anything else about anybody else? All right, I'm going to deny the motion.
Permission for
Yes, please.
Honor, may I preserve my motion?
Yes,
For the
I've
record.
already noted for that for the record, madam.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
as it related, I know you said you tested the drugs. the weight of the drug? Did you do any field tests for the drug yourself?
No, the drugs are submitted and it's conducted by another person, not us on scene.
Did you ever test the window tint?
I did.
And did you determine if it was on the legal tint limit?
It was below. It was measured at 21%.
And on that evening, was anyone arrested?
Yes.
Okay. Who?
All the occupants of the vehicle.
And did you collect the items that were found in the car?
I did.
And what did you do once you collected them?
A member of our team at the end of the shift submitted it to Atlanta Police Property to be submitted as evidence.
And what happened with the vehicle?
The vehicle, as well as the child, we stayed on scene and released it to the child's aunt at the request of Ms. Pierre.
Got permission to approach?
Yes.
I'm first showing you what's been marked as 61, 62, and 63H. Tell me if you recognize 61, 62, and 63H.
I do.
And how do you recognize 61, 62, and 63H?
All these items are marked with the City of Atlanta evidence label with our case number and then a description of what they are, which reflects what I've notated in the report.
And that's what you thought it was when you...
Objection to the leading question.
I sustain the questions to form. You can rephrase though.
Is that what you thought it was? Those drugs that you named earlier?
Yes, it's labeled as on here what the items are.
And also looking at 64H. Tell me if you recognize 64H.
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize 64H?
This is the firearm which we retrieved from the vehicle, and it's accurately labeled like the previous items with an Atlanta Police evidence label that has our case number.
And does this appear to be all the items that you found back in July 3rd, 2017?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit Exhibit 61, 62, and 63H, as well as 64H.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, I renew my objection from earlier this morning.
And it's continuing. And I'll note that. I'll admit 61, 62, 63H, and 64H over objection.
Permission.
Publish as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. First, looking at 61H, if we could tell the jurors what you thought this was.
Sure. It's going to be 6 pills of suspected alprazolam, which, as I stated before,
Approach.
Hold on.
So first look at 61H. What's 61H?
Sure, there's 6 suspected pills of alprazolam, which goes by the common name of Xanax.
And looking at 62H.
And that is a single suspected pill of ecstasy.
And lastly, looking at 63H.
And that is the suspected MDMA powder, which totaled at 47.7 grams with the ecstasy pill.
And now looking at 64H.
And that is a 9mm Taurus handgun, which at the time had 10 cartridges in the magazine and 1 in the chamber.
And where was the gun found again?
Underneath the driver's seat.
Now, after collecting the evidence, and taking it down to APD property, did that include your involvement in the case?
After transport and obtaining the warrants and the report, yes.
Okay. And you just mentioned something. You said it was 10 cartridges. One was in the chamber. What's that?
Sure, it means that in the magazine, which is inserted into the well of the weapon, there were 10 cartridges or otherwise known as rounds, and then there was an additional round that was in the chamber of the weapon, meaning that if the trigger was pulled, it would fire.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross.
Good afternoon, Sergeant Maldo.
Afternoon.
All right, so you just explained to us that you were a member of the FIT team, correct?
That is
During
correct.
2017. And it would be fair to say that one of the differences between the FIT team and a regular street patrol team is to target high-level crimes?
That is correct.
Okay. And during this time period, you were following the trend of robberies, that's fair?
That is correct.
Okay. And when you saw this vehicle, you did not suspect this vehicle as being a participant in any type of robbery, correct?
No, that is correct.
You saw car window tints, and that is the sole reason you pulled this car over. That's your testimony, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And you explained that you had several FIT members with you, correct?
Correct.
You plus 4 more.
I think it was myself, Owen, and yes, myself and 4 more.
All right. And the FIT team, you were in 2 separate vehicles that day, correct?
That is correct.
And you saw this vehicle, you pulled this vehicle over, and all of the FIT team approached the vehicle, correct?
That is correct.
Now, it is general practice for the FIT team to all get out of the vehicles and approach a vehicle at the same time, right?
It is.
All right, so it wasn't just the window tint. That wasn't the reason that that all of the FIT team approached the vehicle. You always all approach the vehicle, generally speaking, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you had the vehicle surrounded, 3 officers on one side, 2 officers on the other, correct?
Correct.
And Officer Owens actually went to the driver's side where Mr. Nichols was sitting, right?
Correct. I was next to him.
Okay. All right. So Officer Owens, from your understanding, asked Mr. Nichols to roll down his windows.
Correct.
All right. And Mr. Nichols said, hey, I can't roll down the windows, and opened the door to comply.
Correct. Right.
And then Mr. Nichols was asked for identification.
Correct.
He explained that he didn't have any.
Correct.
Up until this point, Mr. Nichols is being cooperative with you, fair?
He was.
Now, inside of the vehicle, you listed some passengers, 3 black males,
Including the driver.
including the driver, 1 black female,
Correct.
and a child.
Correct.
All right, so at this point, after Mr. Nichols explains that he does not have his identification, he's detained.
Correct.
He's taken back to the patrol car,
Yes.
right? And you're with him in the patrol car.
Yes.
All right, so Owen Officer Owens spoke to Nichols, but you took Mr. Nichols to the patrol car, correct?
Correct.
All right, and you asked Mr. Nichols for his identifying information, correct?
Yes.
And he gave it to you?
He did.
He gave you his real name, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, while you were in the car, there was another officer with you, Officer Chisholm?
Correct.
Is that correct? And Officer Chisholm, from your understanding, separated the female passenger from her child and the other occupants in the car, correct?
She asked her to step out.
Yes, and she had a private conversation?
Yes.
One that you weren't privy to?
That is correct.
Okay, let me ask you about that. Body cameras, it was body footage of this traffic stop, right?
Yes.
Okay, and body footage lasts for 5 years?
Depending on the case, yes.
Depending on the case, but in this case, the body camera footage was supposed to be retained for 5 years, correct?
Correct.
All right. So when this case was originally indicted May 9th of 2022, and remember, this incident happened July 3rd of 17, that was within the 5 years.
Correct.
Did you receive any type of notification or instruction from the government to say, hey, retain this body camera footage?
I did not.
Do you know if any other members of the FIT team, and this is just to your knowledge, do you know if they were told, hey, retain this footage?
To my knowledge, no.
All right, so the car was searched.
Yes.
And you have testified that you found some pills, correct?
Yes.
2 pills, and that you found 2 baggies of some type of solid substance.
Correct.
And you have testified suspected substance because you don't know, right? You're not the GBI.
Correct.
You didn't test these things.
No.
All right, now, several individuals were arrested, right? All of the adult passengers.
Correct.
All right, let's talk about that a little bit. Miss Pierre, she was the registered owner of the car, correct? All right. And Miss Pierre was arrested that day for the suspected 2 baggies, right?
Correct.
All right, so she was arrested for trafficking with that. She was also arrested for the pills.
Correct.
Okay. And she was also arrested of a drug-related object, right?
That is correct.
Okay. All right, and Mr. Norman Harris, he was arrested, correct? All right, and Mr. Harris, he was arrested for the pills, right?
He was.
And he was arrested for trafficking in illegal drugs, correct?
He was.
All right. And Mr. Harris was later, from your understanding, was later indicted for the firearm, but you did not arrest him for possession of a firearm, correct?
From the information that I've gathered since, correct.
All right, and so that was not your decision to arrest Mr. Harris for the firearm, correct?
Correct.
All right, so that would have had to be the prosecution. You had nothing to do with that.
That was not my charging. So.
All right. And Brandon Warren, he was arrested.
He was.
Let's talk about that briefly. Mr. Warren was arrested for trafficking.
He was.
So that's the 2 baggies, right? And Mr. Norman was arrested for the suspected pills.
He was.
All right. And Mr. Norman was also arrested for the drugs in a different container, correct?
You said Mr. Norman that time.
Mr. Warren.
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Warren was also arrested for possession of a firearm.
He was.
Okay. And then Mr. Nichols was arrested.
He was.
Okay. Now, officer, let me ask you this. You did not arrest Mr. Nichols for anything gang-related, correct? You
I did not.
You did not. And you did not arrest any of the individuals in this vehicle with any gang charges, right?
I did not.
Okay. And you wrote a report in this case?
I did.
And you're trained to write reports?
Correct.
And you're trained that if you need to supplement a report, that you can supplement a report, correct?
That is correct.
All right, and you're trained on how to write an affidavit for a warrant, correct? And you are trained to how to write a citation, correct? All right, so in this case, you wrote pretty much the list that I just gave you, right?
That is correct.
All right, and in any of the reports or any of the lists that I just gave you, you did not report anything in reference to any type of gang activity with this traffic stop, correct?
I did not know.
All right, and you didn't report anything in reference to any type of gang activity in reference to what you seized, correct?
Correct.
All right, so gang just wasn't mentioned, correct? All right. All right, just a few more questions. you're aware that Norman Harris pled guilty to possession of a firearm and the drugs, correct?
I was not aware, no.
You were not aware of that? Okay. Ms. Pierre, you testified that she was the owner of the car. I want to make sure that I have that correct, right?
That is correct.
And you're aware that Ms. Pierre pled to the alleged drugs found in the vehicle?
I was not aware.
Okay. All right, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Anybody else? Say that and read, right?
Yes, briefly. The location of Donnelly and Cameron, is that in Fulton County?
It is.
And as relates to the body cam, were you ever asked to look for the body?
I was.
Okay. And did it come a point in time years ago, was that body cam produced?
Well, I myself was not asked until recently.
Okay. And so you weren't asked to go locate the body cam?
Correct.
And what is the policy as it relates to body cam footage for a traffic stop such as this with the Atlanta Police Department?
Sure. A traffic stop or any of the rest, the body camera footage has a retention period of 5 years.
And let me ask this, as a fit officer, do you generally take out gang wars or that's assigned to another unit?
That's assigned to another unit.
Okay. And why is that?
Because typically officers and investigators assigned to the gang unit have a better understanding of gangs. Myself in that position in my career, like any other patrol officers, we don't generally have that much knowledge when it comes to the gang.
Bolster. Well, you have she opened the doors to us all.
So officers have the option to take outside training. They can go and get more information about gangs. At that stage of my career, that's not where I was. Since then, I've gained that, but at that time of the stop, I did not have that knowledge.
And that responsibility goes to a different unit if they were going to take out gangs?
That is correct.
All right. I have no further questions.
Anything further, Ms. Westmoreland?
Yes,
Sergeant Minato.
Yes, ma'am.
If you would have observed what you thought was gang activity on July 3rd, 2017, you would have reported it, correct?
If I would have had the knowledge of it, yes.
No further questions.
Anything further, Ms. Hilton? Just briefly, Judge. All right.
Sergeant Maldonado, good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
Sergeant Maldonado, you are familiar with APD SOP 3067 gang data reporting?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay. So if I showed you the document, do you think it would refresh your recollection?
I'm not sure if I've read that particular SOP.
Are you going to show it to him, sir?
May I approach on?
I would object if he said he's not aware of it.
He said, I think he stated that if he saw it, he may or may not be aware of it.
He said, I'm not sure if I read that particular SOP.
All right. So perhaps if I could show it to him, see if he's read it.
That's
You
fine.
have to mark it as, let's put it DHM for identification.
May I approach this witness, Your Honor?
May I, sir?
Sergeant, I'm showing you this document for your review.
Yes, sir.
It refreshes your recollection as it relates to your understanding of that particular SOP as a veteran with the Atlanta Police Department.
Sure. This particular SOP, it does not ring a bell to me, no, sir.
So then, it doesn't ring a bell, but as an Atlanta Police Department officer, you then don't know or have not been familiar with the fact that responding officers have a responsibility to collect and record any evidence that tends to indicate gang involvement?
Through regular training, but as far as reading that in the SOP, no, sir.
Okay. Are you required as a sergeant with APD to be familiar and abreast of the various SOPs within your agency?
I am.
And this one you're not?
That is correct.
Okay. No further questions.
Can I see the SOP for a moment? And did you admit it? Or-
It's just been identified.
Oh, hold on. Oh, I didn't know if anybody, I need to look.
I'm sorry?
Can you look at it?
I'm going to, I didn't know if it was my turn to question.
Are you finished, Mr. Matthews?
Yes, I am.
Okay, all right, go ahead, man.
This incident we referring to was in what year?
2017.
All right, I'm going to show you DH1. What year was this SOP?
Your Honor, it's not in there.
Overrule the objection, Mr. Steele.
What year was that? What year was that?
It shows the effective date is August 13th of 2020.
So this is after this stop right here.
Objection leading.
Was this after the stop?
It was.
We're also saying this is one.
Was it after the stop?
Yes.
We'll need a copy of that, Mr. Matthews.
Sergeant Naldo, may I just follow, Your Honor? Sergeant Naldo, the fact that you're not familiar with this particular SOP, you don't know when it was initially put in place, correct?
That is correct.
Nothing further.
All right, again, Mr. Matthews, can you give us a copy of that?
Yes, sir.
Please give that to Ms. Weaver, please.
Yes, sir.
Anything further?
Nothing from the scene.
All right. May we permanently temporarily excuse Sergeant Maldonado.
Permanently.
All right, Sergeant Maldonado, thank you for your patience with us.
Thank you.
I'm going to permanently excuse you. We'll just discuss your testimony. Anybody?
Accept the attorneys in this case, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir.
Call your next witness, madam.
Your Honor, prior to that, can we take a brief break? I just want to show Mrs. Westmore.
Would you like me to recess in place?
Sure.
Okay, all right.
Mrs. Westmore. C. Ross.
Hi. Sergeant C. Ross, please. Sergeant C. Ross. Hi, Sergeant Ross. Good afternoon, sir. Sir, if you would please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you would turn and face Sergeant Ingram, be sworn as a witness before you sit down.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm the testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Have a seat. State your first and last name.
First name Charles, C-H-A-R-L-E-S. Last name Ross, R-O-S-S.
And Sergeant Ross, where are you employed?
I'm sorry.
Where are you employed?
I'm currently employed with the City of Atlanta Police Department
And how long have you been with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
for about 11 years now.
And what do you do with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
Currently, I'm a sergeant in the Zone 2 area,
And how long have you served as a sergeant?
approximately 4 months.
If you can tell the jury briefly about your career with the Atlanta Police Department.
So I started my career in 2012. 2013, I was sworn in as an officer. Spent time in the Zone 5 area, which encompasses this courthouse, as well as most of the downtown area, before going to Zone 1, which is the Bankhead area. I spent about 3 years in patrol before I was moved over to the Apex unit, which is a proactive unit that's citywide. We target violent offenders and other individuals engaged in lower level narcotics and various other smaller crimes. We also do warrant entries for individuals that may be barricaded or for narcotic seizures. I spent about 3 years in that assignment before I was then promoted to investigator and assigned to the robbery unit. I spent about 3 years in the robbery unit handling citywide robberies throughout the city before I was promoted, well, not promoted, but moved to the city's Homeland Security and Cybercrime unit. Spent about a year there working in that capacity where we were responding to threats throughout the city that may have been related to like the Georgia Dome or various threats made to individuals throughout the city. I was recently promoted to sergeant and assigned to Zone 2.
And are you post certified?
I am.
I'm going to take you to October 23rd, 2018. What unit were you assigned with APD?
2013.
2018, I'm sorry.
2018, I would have been assigned to the Apex unit.
And you spoke briefly about what the Apex unit did. Tell the jury about your job and responsibilities as part of the Apex unit.
Okay, so under the current command over there, we were assigned to a specific zone. Each day we would go out to that zone and try to locate violent offenders that had outstanding warrants or make proactive stops and arrests based on probable cause as far as violent crimes, narcotics, and various other incidents.
And in order to kind of stop these types of crimes, were there any investigation tools or things that you use in order to assist you on identifying the target crime locations or anything like that?
Yes,
I'll sustain this to form. You can rephrase.
Did you use any investigative tools?
yes, one of those tools being social media.
And why was social media helpful for you all?
To me, social media was like a huge impact. It was a way to reach out and, find a lot of the individuals, because most times when you have investigations, they will tag or associate individuals that they have some type of...
I'll sustain this to form. You can rephrase.
I think that was Mr. Steele.
Yeah, it was Mr. Steele. And Ms. Westmoreland.
In your experience in using that social media tool, what did you find in your experience?
I found that individuals tag other individuals that they partake in criminal activity with.
I say with?
Yes.
With what?
Like that they participate in criminal activity with.
Oh, who they?
Yes.
Sir. Okay.
Now, when you were just speaking about some things you saw that was purported criminal activity, you don't know, you haven't, it was purported criminal activity?
Yes.
Okay. Taking you to October 23rd, 2018, did you have the occasion to encounter interactive Parmenius Nichols?
I did.
All right. Prior to interacting with him, had you seen him previously?
Yes, via social media.
And where on social media did you see him?
On an Instagram page that I believe to be associated with Mr. Nichols.
Okay. And why did you believe that social media page to be associated with Mr. Nichols?
After reviewing the page, he had various photos of himself on the page, as well as he posted video stories that encompass, you know.
Faces?
He doesn't know lack of foundation, speculation, relevance. He doesn't know who's supposed to war. The foundation is
I'm gonna sustain the objection. You can refer to that.
Was an individual who appeared to be a Parmenius Nichols in those videos?
Yes.
Not knowing who posted it, but was he in the video?
Not knowing who posted it, Mr. Nichols was in the videos.
And was it on the page believed to be Mr. Nichols?
Yes.
Okay. And did that page have a name?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess, was that like an Instagram handle?
It was.
Okay. What was that Instagram handle?
The Instagram handle was bitch, it's Quay.
Okay.
Or Qua, I don't know how you pronounce it.
And is that BITCHITSQUA?
Yes.
All right. And did that person who you interacted with on October 23rd, 2018, did that appear to be him
Yes.
on those videos?
Your Honor, this statement of the witness is that he interacted with it.
I'm over with objection now.
I think my first question was, did you interact with him on that day?
Yes.
All right. And did that appear to be the same individual in the video?
Yes.
All right. Tell me, how did you see Mr. Nichols on social media on October 23rd, 2018, or a video of Mr. Nichols on that day?
Yes.
All right. Tell me, how did you come to see that social media video?
I looked on Instagram and I noticed that there was a story attached to Mr. Nichols' page. After pressing the story, it began to display the video.
Okay. And I know what the story is. Maybe our jurors all know what the story is, but when you say story, what are you referring to?
I got you. So Instagram has like a mini video feature where in the around the icon of a person's profile photo, they can attach videos throughout the day of various things. It could be sports, it could be, actual videos that they took of themselves. All kinds of things can be posted to this story, and I think it's retained for like 24 hours, or unless they delete it.
And what time generally did you get to work back in 2018? What time was your shift?
Depending on the call, it would have been between 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock, and I would have got off around 10 o'clock or midnight.
And what, if anything, did you see on this Instagram story?
So once the Instagram story began to play, I saw the male that I believed to be Mr. Nichols at the time before actually meeting him. He was inside of a vehicle. It appeared to be a Chevy, gray in color. He was sitting inside the passenger seat of that vehicle. Next to him was a red bag.
The objection's overruled. Go ahead.
No.
What did you see on the video?
Oh, okay. As the video began to play, there was a male I suspected to be Mr. Nichols sitting inside the driver's seat of the Chevy. It was a gray in color Chevy. The door was open. He had a red bag that I could see like in the background, and what appeared to be in his hand was suspected marijuana. He was twirling it up in the bag while talking to some individuals outside the vehicle, one being an older lady, making statements as like that the older lady wanted a young nigga, and Quay
Can't hear back.
Can you hear me? I got you. Starting back over, I observed the male that I believe to be Mr. Nichols sitting in the driver's seat of the Chevy. He had what appeared to be a red bag in the background. He had a small bag of marijuana that was being twirled in his fingers while engaging in conversation with individuals outside the vehicle. One individual being an older female, which the conversation went to the effect of, Auntie want her a young nigga, and Quay trying to be a victim. Then you can see Mr. Nichols say, I'm trying to be a victim, before the video cut off.
And about
Oh, I'm sorry. And also in the background behind the older lady was the lady was a 2-year-old white vehicle in color.
And about how long was this video?
No longer than 30 seconds.
And once you saw that video, what, if anything, did you do?
I immediately called a team together to further investigate. That would require me, reaching out over radio or calling people or something, and letting them know a staging location to meet me at in regards to what I had just witnessed. Those individuals would have met me at that staging location. I would advise them or maybe even show them the video of what I saw and gave them all the information on what we were going in to do and who we were looking for and what we were looking for. And then we would have proceeded to that location. I would also make my sergeant aware, and K9.
And 2612 Steel, can you tell us where's that location?
2612 Steel is in the Cleveland Avenue corridor. It runs right off of Cleveland Avenue. The driveway may be from where I'm sitting just out into the hallway, from the actual street of Cleveland Avenue to the entrance of the apartment complex.
Were you able to make contact with officers and set up a staging location?
I was.
Where was that staging location?
The staging location was at I'm not sure if it was open, but it used to be the Piggly Wiggly. It's right across the street, off of Cleveland Avenue.
And once you met with officers at the staging location, did you give them instruction as you just discussed?
I did.
All right. What happened next?
Then we would all caravan over to the location and begin our investigation.
And did you all go over to that location?
Yes.
Tell the jury what occurred as you were going over to that location.
So as we made our approach, upon turning or crossing over the street, since it was literally across the street, I heard an individual yell out 12, which is slang.
Basis.
Lack of foundation, hearsay.
I'll rephrase this to the form. You can lay a little more foundation, madam.
Let me ask you this. Were you all in patrol vehicles?
We were.
And were they marked patrol vehicles?
Yes, ma'am.
And the term 12, what does that mean?
It's slang.
What was your understanding?
Foundation and speculation.
I'll overrule the objection.
What is your understanding of what 12 means?
12 is slang for police.
Okay. And in your experience, have you heard individuals yell out 12 previously?
Yes.
And in your experience, when someone yells out 12, what happens?
Individual that's engaged in criminal activity, that gives them like a...
I'll sustain this to form. All right, you can rephrase, madam.
Right.
I'll strike the last word, ladies and gentlemen, just disregard the criminal activity issue.
When you heard 12, did you hear someone yell out 12?
I did.
When you heard 12, in this case, what occurred? What did you see?
Upon entering the actual apartment and making the turn, I was able to see the suspected vehicle, which was a small Chevy, and a white vehicle still sitting next to it. As we made our way to progress, this is only in seconds as well, as we made our way to progress to the parking lot, I noticed that the door for the Chevy was locked remotely, causing the horn and stuff to beep, and the lights that actually flash to, signify that the vehicle is locked. And then we made our approach to the white Toyota Solara.
And with 12, in your training experience, is that an alert that police are coming?
Yes.
I'll overrule the objection.
Yes.
Once you got inside and you saw the gray vehicle, the lights click on and off, what happened once you got closer to the vehicle?
Once I got closer to the vehicles, I then exited my patrol vehicle. As soon as I began to exit my patrol vehicle, I smelled the smell of burning marijuana. I then began asking individuals outside, like, hey, who has the weed? Where's the marijuana at? I then made my way over in between the two vehicles that I saw or believed to see in the Instagram photo, and where I encountered Mr. Nichols. I asked them, did they have any marijuana, because it seemed like the smell was coming from within the vehicle. I then detained Mr. Nichols and the passengers in the vehicle, as well as the individuals standing around the gray Chevy.
So let's slow that down a little bit. When you approached the gray vehicle that you saw in the video with Mr. Nichols, was there anyone in that vehicle?
No, that vehicle was empty.
All right. And you said that he was in another vehicle. Where was that vehicle?
He was in a Toyota Solara that was parked maybe like 4 feet away. He was in like the door frame, sitting on like the where you step out of the vehicle. He was sitting right there, leaning over towards a female passenger or driver.
Now, in the door frame, was he on the driver's side or the passenger side?
He was on the driver's side.
Okay, and was the driver's side of the Solara, what color was the Solara?
The Solara was white, two-door.
White, two-door. Was the driver's side closer to the driver's side of the gray vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And describe, was the gray vehicle pointed back in?
So the gray vehicle was back then facing, if somebody was about to leave the parking lot, facing to leave out, and the white Solara was parked facing the actual apartment. So they were facing opposite directions.
And Mr. Nichols was crouched in between the door frames?
Yes.
All right. Where, you said there were two females in the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, where were they seated?
Both in the front passenger seats, front seats. One was in the driver's seat, the second female was in the passenger seat.
When you first approached, did you see any type of keys or anything that goes to the gray vehicle?
No, not upon my immediate approach.
Okay. So once you approached, you said you smelled burning marijuana. What happened next?
I detained everybody and then began my search of the vehicle for the actual marijuana.
Which vehicle did
the white Toyota Solara. I began to notice small crumbs, or what is referred to as shake, of marijuana throughout the vehicle on the floorboard. Upon walking around to the passenger side of the vehicle where the other young lady was sitting, I noticed a blunt of marijuana sitting on the ground outside, just outside of the door of that vehicle.
Okay. Now, once you noticed the marijuana on the passenger side of the door, what happened next?
I didn't collect that marijuana. I believe I got IDs from everyone and checked those IDs on our system.
Okay. Once you checked the IDs, what happened next?
I then walked back and I took my flashlight, peered inside of the gray vehicle, and got an update from K9, who was already en route, as to how long it would take them to get out there to continue my investigation, on which I initially came for the gray Chevy vehicle.
And why did you call K9?
Because that's a normal practice. Whenever I have like a suspicion of some type of drug investigation, I have them come out to assist, as well as another resource in identifying and locating where possible drugs may be in that crime scene.
As you waited for the K9 to come, did you ever locate a key for the gray vehicle?
I did. So upon that initial search, where I noticed the shake, there was the center console. I lifted up the center console and located blunt spray and what appeared to be a Chevy key. The blunt spray is, I think, significant because I began.
Lack of foundation and irrelevant.
I sustained that crime.
In your knowledge and
Objection.
experience, why is blunt spray significant?
After relevance.
The objection. Where's some more foundation? Blunt spray. Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. That's the mistake.
In your investigation, have you heard of blunt spray?
Yes.
Okay. And in your experience as an officer, what does blunt spray do?
It's a fragrance used to mask the odor of marijuana, hence, or any other type of scent that may be overpowering your vehicle.
Okay. And as you're investigating, you found some blunt spray?
Yes.
All right. What else?
I located the key for the Chevy, and that was all.
Where was that key located?
It was inside the center console of that Toyota Solara.
And was that center console, was the door open or closed?
I believe it was closed and I opened it.
Once you saw the key, what did you do?
I stepped away from the vehicle. I believe I asked the individuals if the key belonged to them. I believe so. All this happened around the same time.
And did anyone take ownership of that key?
No.
Basis.
No hearsay.
I'll sustain the question. Just rephrase. You didn't rephrase it now.
Did Mr. Nichols take ownership of the key?
No.
Did you speak with any of the individuals out there that day?
I did. Miranda is the owner of the vehicle.
Action.
Basis.
This is about to be hearsay in violation of Mr. Nichols' Confrontation Clause of the United States Constitution and the Georgia Constitution. It's about
All right, okay.
Your Honor, this is not testimony nor the
I'll overrule the
confrontation.
objection, Ms. Westmoreland.
Go ahead.
Miranda is Ms. Jessica Lindley, who's the owner of the white Toyota Solara. She then waived her right to counsel, meaning she didn't want a lawyer. She spoke with me and she agreed to speak to me at that time. I then asked her, where the keys came from. She stated that she did not know where the keys came from. She doesn't know how the keys got into her vehicle. She advised that she was looking at her cell phone when I guess when we arrived and did not notice when anybody would have placed that key in her vehicle, as well as she did not notice when anybody...
I'm going to overrule the objection. And I know the continuing objection, we've already dealt with this issue.
She also mentioned that she doesn't know who would have used that key fob to possibly lock the Chevy next to their vehicle.
So at this point, no one claimed ownership to that key at that point in time?
No, ma'am.
All right. Did K-9 ever arrive?
K-9 did arrive.
Okay. What happened once the K-9 came?
I believe Officer Cornelius, I gave him a rundown of what happened, or I asked him did he have the general gist of while we were out here what was going on. He then deployed his K-9 and allowed his K-9 to conduct an investigation around the general area before being led to the gray the gray Chevrolet, and the dog began to nibble at the door handle and then jump up and scratch the door, which at that point he notified me that the dog had alerted on the...
And hearsay and confrontation clause, Your Honor, about somebody else didn't call it.
I'll sustain this, sir, currently.
What happened after the K-9 came out?
Officer Cornelius conducted an investigation and advised me that the dog alerted.
Did you get a search warrant?
I did.
Okay. When
I sustain the objection.
when did you get the search warrant?
Immediately, within a few minutes after, finding out that there's possibly narcotics in the vehicle.
Once you got the search warrant, did you come back?
I did.
Did you search the vehicle?
I did.
What, if anything, did you find?
Approximately 17 grams of marijuana, baggies, which are consistent with or indicative of the crime of...
Basis.
Lack of foundation. It's
Your Honor, he's an officer.
I overrule the objection, Ms. Westmoreland.
And baggies which are indicative of the crime of possession with intent to distribute, as well as a digital scale, I believe, and 3 firearms were located throughout the vehicle.
And let me ask you this. The video, the Instagram video, did you download that video?
I did.
Okay. And as well as this incident in its entirety, was it recorded? Did you have body cam video?
It was.
And was this entire incident recorded on body cam?
The incident was recorded on body cam?
Both the first part as well as the search warrant?
Yes, my initial investigation as well as the search of the vehicle.
And have you had an opportunity to review both the Instagram video as well as the body cam footage for this incident?
I have.
You have permission to approach. I'm showing what's been marked as State's Exhibit 68I. Do you recognize Exhibit 68I?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
It was the evidence shown to me to verify that it was true, accurate depiction of the events that occurred on that day.
And the 68I include the Instagram video as well as the body image.
Yes, ma'am.
And does it appear there any addition or deletion of those videos?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time state like the 26 and 68I into evidence.
Any additional objections, madam?
This testimony.
That you haven't otherwise told me already?
Well, slightly different. The video itself has not been authenticated, and no foundation has been laid for the video itself.
Yeah, I have a response.
What's your supposed to say response?
It is authenticated because of him viewing it himself. It's like a picture. If he can view the individual in the video and believe it to be that person in the video, it is authenticated. We don't have to bring in the person who posted the video.
Overruled, madam. Okay, what else?
Your Honor, maybe we approach the right.
All right. All right, start reading. It's your angry eyes? Okay. Press the button. Okay. Hold on. Yes, you may continue, madam.
Sergeant Ross.
Yes, ma'am.
That video that you watched, does that appear to be that same clip that you saw on the day of prior to going over to the E26 Wilkes Field area?
Are you?
The Instagram video that's on that exhibit.
Yes.
Does that appear to be the video clip that you saw that led you to 2612 Field?
Yes.
And is that the same video that you downloaded and then gave to us?
Yes.
At this time, say like this.
Has it been changed or altered in any way from the time period that you downloaded it to today, sir?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
At this time, say like 68.
Any further objection, Ms. Withwarmer?
Continuing objection.
I'll mark a continuing objection and admit over your objection.
Permission to follow?
You may. How long is it going to take?
Yes, it's probably about in total 35.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, how about we take a little comfort break, let you stretch, and let's take 10 minutes. We'll come back and we'll play the exhibit for you, okay? All right, we're in recess.
All right, so jury.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you may be excused. We'll be in recess 10 minutes.
We're here.
Okay, all right, folks. Ms. Hilton, have you got the next exhibit queued up? Okay. All right, jurors ready, sir?
Yes, sir. All rise for the jury.
Okay. You all right? Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
All jurors ready, count
All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, Ms. Hilton, when we left off, I think you're getting prepared to play Exhibit 68I for the jury. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may publish it this time.
Auntie right here, talking about she want her a young nigga, and Koy right here trying. He trying. Koy right here trying to get in. Auntie saying she want her a young nigga. Man, show it, man. My boy, man, I got part of.
All right, Sergeant Ross. Now,
Auntie right here, talking about she want her a young nigga, and Koy right here.
is that the individual that you saw us play when you were watching this video?
Yes, ma'am.
And that stopped at 68, I at 3 seconds?
He trying. Koy right here trying to get in. Auntie saying she want her a young nigga. Man, show it, man. My boy, man, I got part of.
And looking here, is that inside the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what vehicle is that?
That's ended up being the Chevy Sonic.
And when you look at the side of the vehicle, do you see the red option?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I believe you may be able to, on your screen, circle where you see the red option. Tap that. So you see that corner? Yeah. And press the pen. All right. And circle where you see the red object. And initially, when you saw the video, did you know what was in that object? I mean, what was in that bag?
No, ma'am.
All right. And I'm just going to go back. And that stopped at 15 seconds and 68 I.
Trying to get in.
Can you see what's inside of his hand?
Briefly, is what I saw is what I believe to be suspected marijuana.
And where do you see what you believe to be the suspected marijuana?
If you could go back, but it's right there in the hand.
I'm going to object to this video.
I'll overrule your objection. Since you have two circles on the video, can you distinguish or cause one to go away?
So it goes to the eraser, which is the second.
Okay.
And then you can, okay, there we go.
So you erase this one and then draw a new one?
Yes.
Okay.
Then go back to the pen. And again, this is that initial video. This is that initial video that you saw.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, now the court's going to play the second exhibit. On the CD, excuse me.
Continuing objection.
Yes, ma'am. So noted.
And Your Honor, we're going to fast forward. Is that the picture?
Yes, ma'am.
And right now, where are you driving? What street are we looking at?
We're facing, Cleveland Avenue is running to the left and to the right. Directly across the street is Steele Avenue.
Sound to your 5 minutes.
No, so the sound will start at 2 minutes.
Fellas, what's going on? Who got the weed over here? Nobody? Yeah, it's coming from right here. I ain't crazy. You don't smoke no weed? How about you, man? But it's coming from right here. Do me a favor, I'm going to detain you, man. Step up, step up. Why you detain? Step up, because this whole area smells like weed, so we're going to detain all y'all. If I can search you, that's fine. We'll get to that. I'm not locking you up. Listen to me. I'm detaining you.
Your Honor.
I'm detaining you.
Yes,
Detaining
you have an objection?
Yes, I have an objection.
Continuing objection, ma'am?
Well, just
So we haven't all of us taken up already?
further hearsay objection.
Overruled
right.
objection.
Thank you.
Okay.
Because you're not going to jail. You're not under arrest right now. You got me? You understand? All right. Hold him tight. Ma'am, anything in the vehicle I need to know about? You mind stepping out of the vehicle? How about you, Miss Lady?
Why are you calling?
This your car?
Okay.
It's her car? Okay.
I'm getting hot.
William Robert Baker. William Robert. First to have a buzz. Black jacket, black
Yeah, I got him detained. It's a blunt right here on the ground and some shake all in this car, in one of the cars over here.
Real quick then, William Robert Baker, 2017 Chevy College Train, 28 Baker, about more than 63 hours later. Jimmy, you on the ramp? Hey, yeah. Hold out. What's the purpose? How many those are ready to live? Oh, boy.
Oh, boy. Hey, Corn, whoever that was, answer that. What's your ETA out here?
You talking about Canaan?
Yeah.
Yeah, we should be out there in about 10 minutes.
I copy.
Cross y'all, inside 2612 still?
Yeah. Well, I got 3. It's another group of guys, about 4 more guys that's not in handcuffs standing out around here. As soon as we pulled in, they locked the door on the car. ID on y'all?
Anytime it's I'm stuff.
Can I take you? Nah, you gotta hang tight right here. You ain't got an ID? You got a name? Come on. Walk over here with me. You got a license? Never had one? From what? From prison? Okay. Spell it for me. Last name. Nichholls. First name. QUMARVIOUS. What's your birthday?
Excuse me, Your Honor, may we approach?
about a new issue, madam, or anything? All right, you may continue, madam.
What you said?
My address is 768 Missionary Avenue, apartment 1.
Okay. That's what you said now?
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to make sure you want my address.
Alright, cool.
You just told me you live here.
Man, my brother don't sell down there. Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Man, I make it so good.
I mean,
why are we making a difference?
I'm not making a
We
difference.
teach you.
You tell me
We told you why we would detain you.
But that's my name, though. That's my name.
I said okay. I ain't say you were lying to me. Yeah.
No, I was just, why you say you live here when you say you live on Cafe?
Looks like you got ID. Appreciate it.
I got 8. You got to explain that to you. Yeah, they said they don't necessarily got to like the rest. That's
Let's see what we're talking about. Which one are you looking at? This one. Oh.
that way?
This is a car came out. Just 2 cars came out. Nobody.
Cars? Like what? So, boy, I think it was homeboy. He was getting the corner. Didn't have anybody.
Yeah, somebody was.
Yeah, I heard.
But no, it wasn't him.
And then when I looked down, I saw a guy I saw his shadow and he was gone. So
Yeah.
he was running.
Yeah.
So I don't know. That's why I was trying to get you guys to go.
Yeah, we didn't see anybody running. All I saw a couple of guys walking this way, but I don't think they came from over here. I think they came from the gas station side. So that's why we were silent over here.
What, this sun?
60.
Yeah. There's a lot of snow came out. See what we get out of that. Got a little bit of weed right there, but that was it right now. It's shaking their car.
Which car was it? They're all sitting. That's what all the car is. Chevy Charger or whatever it was.
He was just saying because it like didn't want to come in. Chevy, they locked it as soon as it pulled in. Oh, that one? Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, he said he'd be here in 10 minutes, so. Gentlemen, y'all got ID?
I got him.
You got here? You ran it?
She ran it now.
How old are you? How? You got ID? Never had ID? Okay, come on with me. I'm just for the run your name.
That's the big part.
Got an extra pound for you. He been detained, man. He a grown man now. What? Yeah. They stuck. Stand right here. What's your name, sir?
Right there.
Q-U-A-Y.
Last name. Spell it.
A-R-N-O-L-D.
First name.
Quaytez.
Spell it.
Q-U-A-Y. Y. T-E-Z.
Date of birth.
January 29, 2001.
Okay. January what?
29.
Where you stay at?
40 Zion Road.
You said you had ID before?
Yes.
You sure that's your name?
Yes.
Arnold.
A-R-N-O-L-D.
First name?
Quaytez.
Spell it.
Q-U-A-Y-T-E-Z.
Date of birth is?
January 29, 2001.
That ain't coming back, man. It was out of Georgia?
It was in Georgia. I'm honestly telling you the truth.
How long ago was that?
It probably like when this I had got it like when I was 16.
Was it ID or was it a license?
Like you know when you go to when 7 minutes you try to get a job, you try to get something like that.
So you went to the DMV and
Yeah.
got an actual ID? Okay. Alright, just hang tight.
Yeah, he's Baker, but they wanted me. I guess she wants to take a look at it.
Yeah. Appreciate it. Alright, now they're here, I'll talk to them. Y'all got the rundown? Okay.
Yeah, I just told him normal areas and definitely shut it.
Okay.
That was really the only car that was here.
Yeah. The blunt and all the blunt, the actual blunts that they broke down right there is proof that we ain't crazy. I know I ain't crazy, man. I smell weed. Then everybody holler, oh, I don't smoke. Okay, somebody do.
Yeah. Let's go with the just search me so I can come. Then now you can say, well, we're done.
Exactly.
I'm looking forward to this one.
To this winter? You don't like winter?
No, I like Christmas. That's all it is.
Because you get gifts.
No, I just like Christmas time.
Oh, okay.
I'm a in the spirit kind of person.
So you decorate?
Okay. Put little stockings up and everything. I like Florida's Christmas because we don't get real ones.
Gotcha. Y'all in zone 3? What's on y'all in? Y'all in 3? Y'all in 4. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, yeah. In the front over here on this side. Pull it. You can't reach that damn pull it. Okay. There's another one? What was that on that? Under the rug? Okay. You were standing right here when he got the first one? Yeah. Where was the first one at? It was right on the seat. That one was... Point to where it was at for me. The first one was right here. It was right on the seat. Okay, alright. It's like that sticking out, you can see it. And the second one, show me where you... Okay. I can't give a shit. Hang on, Hang on, make sure, see if there's a safety on there. Well, the safety's right here. Is it on? No, it's on red, so it'll shoot. No, but, oh, you mean... Yeah, you don't want... Yeah, I got you. Just put it on just in case. You gotta get you some too, man. What? Some glove? Yeah. Do me a favor and check that on the name? Oh yeah, Verizon. I got either you don't got a birthday though. I mean, either way, whichever one you want to do it on, give me that. Appreciate it. Supervisor left. Yeah.
And did that conclude with 2 body cams that are related to this particular incident?
Yes.
How much time passed between the time you saw the IG video and the time that you went over to see it? Excuse me,
Approximately 20 minutes.
So after the search, what was found in the video?
After the search, we recovered 17 grams of marijuana, a scale, a plastic bag, some sandwich box bag with a sandwich box with smaller plastic bags inside of it, as well as 3 firearms located throughout the vehicle.
And with the 3 firearms that you found located throughout the vehicle, did you run those firearms?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you have when you ran those firearms?
I believe 2 came back stolen, and 1 we had no indications of stolen.
And you said you believe you look at a copy of the report, how was the impression?
Yes, ma'am.
Show you was the marked as State's Exhibit 85R. First, what is Exhibit 85R?
It appears to be an official police report completed by me through the Atlanta Police Department.
But looking at this exhibit 85R, how many rights are given as to how many guns were stolen?
Yes, ma'am. I'm ready.
Okay.
It showed that 2 of the firearms, the Glock and the Smith & Wesson, to be stolen.
Okay. Where was the Glock stolen from?
Stand by. I need to refresh my recollection. The Glock was stolen out of Atlanta Police Department.
And then what about the Smith?
It's stolen out of Clayton County.
And did you collect all of the items that were found inside?
I did. Can you ask that question again? What do you mean?
Did you collect those items?
Yeah, it was a group effort. I mean, yeah, okay.
A better question. Were those items collected?
They were.
And were those items subsequently transported to APD property?
They were.
With the guns, specifically, were they found with rounds inside? Objection, please.
I sustain the objection.
How were the guns found?
I believe the firearms were loaded. I'm not sure with the capacity of each firearm.
Did you put the ammunition inside of your report?
I believe so.
We're looking at your report, how refresh your memory?
Yes. So for 2 of them, the Glock was loaded with 11 rounds, and the Smith & Wesson was loaded with 5 rounds. I'm not sure if the Phoenix was unloaded. I didn't see any round count for that one.
I'm going to first show you what has been shown to defense counsel and previously marked as State's Exhibit number 71I. Do you recognize 71I?
Yes.
And how do you recognize 71I?
The bag is a property concealed bag for us to turn in evidence. Inside of the bag is what appears to be the marijuana collected from the vehicle, as well as the blunt that was collected from the ground during the incident.
Now I want you to take a moment. You can open and look at State's Exhibit 70I.
Can I go help?
You go open.
Inside is the red Xfinity bag that was collected from the vehicle. Inside the red Xfinity bag is the one of the bags containing possible marijuana that we recovered, as well as the sandwich bags with extra bags inside of it. Another sandwich bag. Scale, digital scale, as well as a third box of sandwich bag.
And do these items, the 3 boxes of sandwich bags, the digital scale, and this other baggie, appear to be what you collected back in October of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Rhonda, this time say we'd like to tender State's Exhibit 71I, and this
Some of those.
70I with all the content within 70I.
Just 70I.
And 71I.
Mr. Westmoreland, any objection to state 70 or 70I?
Yes, absolutely, Your Honor. It's irrelevant.
Okay. I'm going to rule it admitted over your objection.
Commissioner Publisher?
Publish as you see fit.
All right. And first looking at 71I. And now look at the contents within 70I. In your experience or your knowledge and experience as an officer, what is this?
A digital scale,
And what is it used for?
weighing items, and as it relates to narcotics, weighing the...
Regulation, lack of foundation.
Oh, I'll sustain the objection. Lay a little more foundation.
In your experience as also, have you seen one of these scales as it relates to narcotics?
Objection.
I'll sustain as the form.
Have you ever seen this?
Yes.
In your job as a police officer?
Yes.
When have you seen this as your job as a police officer?
I've seen it as in situations as like this, where you have a possible intent to distribute case. There'll be scales, various sizes, depending on the quantity of weed that's seized or that's being moved through a location, that is used to weigh the amount of narcotics being distributed.
And as a police officer, when you see the marijuana, the scale, and 3 boxes of baggies, what does that indicate to you?
All that is indicative of the crime of possession with intent to distribute controlled substance narcotics.
And next. First, I'm going to show you what's been marked as 72I. Tell me if you recognize 72I.
72I is a firearm that was seized from the Chevy Sonic on the day of the incident.
And what type of weapon is 72? What type of weapon is 72I?
It's a Smith & Wesson pistol.
Also, now looking at 73I.
State's exhibit is a Glock 20 10 millimeter firearm with a magazine that was seized on the day of the incident from the vehicle.
And now looking at 74I.
74I is the Phoenix arm pistol that was seized from the day of the incident with a magazine.
And 72I, 73I, and 74I all appear to be those guns recovered from the vehicle.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state legislature states exhibit 72, 73, and 74I into evidence.
Any objection, madam?
Your Honor, same objection.
All right. They'll be admitted over your objection. The court will admit 72I, 73I, and 74I. May be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. And in that same fashion, when you see guns mixed around with the narcotics, what does that indicate to you?
Objection, speculation.
I sustain the objection as to form.
In your experience, officer, have you seen guns with drugs in your experience?
Yes.
And as a police officer, when you see guns with drugs, what does that indicate to you?
Foundation, Judge.
I sustain as the foundation and speculation as well at this point in time.
How often
You want to phrase it?
Sure, Your Honor. How often have you seen drugs and guns?
Objection relevance.
Overruled.
Quite frequently during my times in Apex.
And as an Apex officer, when you see the drugs and the guns together, what does that indicate to you?
Your Honor, foundation.
I'll overrule the objection.
It's used as a tool to prevent possible.
Overruled.
As a tool to possibly prevent the actual stealing of the narcotics or the proceed earned from selling narcotics.
And now looking at, we're going to publish State's Exhibit 73I. And then last one, publish State 74I. On October 23rd, 2023, did you arrest anyone?
Yes.
Who did you do that?
Mr. Nichols.
And what did you charge him?
I believe possession of narcotics with intent to distribute, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon.
Permission to approach?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you two exhibits. First, State's Exhibit 69I. Do you recognize it? State's Exhibit 69I.
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you recognize Exhibit 69I?
It's a social media handle that is suspected of being Mr. Nichols.
And when did you pull, when did you observe this particular post?
Observed it. I'm not sure. It would have been some point that day. I believe
I stand as the following question.
Well, first, okay, so you say that day, what day?
the day of the incident.
Would that be October 23rd, 2018?
That or into the 24th because my body camera jumps into the 24th.
Okay, so at some point in time, on the day of this incident or in the early morning hours of the next day, you saw this post?
Yes.
And was that the same Instagram handle where you saw the video earlier that day?
Yes.
Earlier the day before?
Yes.
And does that appear to be a fair representation of the picture you saw on that post on October 23rd or October 24th, 2018?
Yes, as well as what he would have been wearing that day.
You said as well as what he was wearing that day?
Yes.
And is that in the same Instagram handle as you said earlier was the Instagram handle for Parmenas?
Overruled.
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit State's Exhibit 69I intact.
Any further objection, madam?
This number is not relevant. She still didn't like the foundation or the authentication for the photo itself. Not that he saw the photo, but the photo.
Your Honor.
Has a photo in 69I been changed or altered in any way?
No, Your Honor.
I'll overrule your objection. I'll note your objection, continuing objection for the record, okay? Yes, and I'm going to admit State 69I, maybe publish as you see fit.
And is that the picture that you saw either late in the evening on the 23rd or early morning, the 24th of October 2018?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, ma'am.
If you could just read for the jury, what does it say underneath the blank mark out?
Okay, so it says the name of his Instagram handle, which is emboldened.
Overruled.
It says the name. Okay. It says the name of the Instagram handle, which is emboldened, as well as smile through the
Try to
pain.
speak a little bit slower for me.
Okay. As well as smile through the pain with an exclamation mark, and then it says keep yourself even when you broke! Exclamation mark. Hashtag bad season. Hashtag slime.
Hashtag slime.
Yes.
Let me ask you this. This is, what community was this in? This occurred?
The Cleveland Avenue community.
Were you aware while you were an Apex officer of any gang activity within the Cleveland Avenue? Objection.
Basis.
It's not relevant.
Foundation.
foundation.
I'll sustain as a foundation.
As a police officer working in Zone 3, were you aware of gang activity in Zone 3?
Yes.
And how were you aware of gang activity within Zone 3?
Through knowledge of, investigators from the gang unit, as well as, reviewing some of the Instagram handles. I saw what I suspected to be, gang.
I sustain the answer.
Your Honor, the same thing as suspected marijuana, suspected drugs. He said, well, he suspected it to be based on what he saw.
Gotta lay more foundation in terms of that, though, madam. So I sustain the objection.
What type of thing did you see?
At various times, you can see individuals throwing up what's been assumed as the. I'm not accepting.
What was it?
Okay. As in relation to the community overall, individuals throwing up hand motions that are to this effect.
Okay. And what did you understand that particular gang sign to be?
I understood that to be related to YSL.
Okay. And inside the community in Cleveland, in Zone 3, where in Zone 3 would you see that type of... in Zone 3, did you see anything else associated with the YSL?
It was some, what's the word? Tagging is a graffiti word. It's a graffiti term for spray paint, where you will see buildings or whatever marked with YSL or slat or slime or various phrases that, is known to be associated.
Basis.
Lack of foundation, he's saying it's...
I'm overruled the objection at this time.
To be associated with YSL.
And where would you see that type of tag, slat, YSL, or slime?
On various walls.
Okay.
Yes.
Where?
Oh, in the community. I can't off the top of my head think of one right now.
Was it near Cleveland Avenue? Was it
I'm overruled the objection. I sustain it as to leading.
Where in Zone 3 would you see these types of tags?
Along, the whole Cleveland Avenue area, it's all one street, so, it has varying streets that branch off. You may see it on an apartment, building along, one of the neighboring streets off of Cleveland Avenue, but that's the main, thoroughfare corridor.
Thank you.
Yes.
Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 84I. Oh, excuse me, Your Honor. If I didn't, I would like to send State's Exhibit 69I into evidence.
Sorry,
I think it did. 84I. What's State's Exhibit 84I?
It appears to be an aerial view of Cleveland Avenue, Steele Avenue, and some of the neighboring businesses and residents in the area.
And does that appear to be a very accurate depiction of that Cleveland Avenue area near Steele Avenue?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the area in which this incident from October of 2018 occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time saying like 10 State's Exhibit 84I into evidence.
Just for demonstrative?
Yeah, yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Any objection, Ms. Westmoreland?
Relevant.
I'll admit over your objection. All right. For demonstrative purposes.
And if you can just kind of orient the jury starting from 75 and bring them over to Steele Avenue.
Okay. So to the right of the photo, you have 75, which runs north and south.
The right or the left?
I'm sorry. The left of the photo, you have 75 that runs north and south. You have what appears to be a neighboring street or oncoming, the roadway leading on to 75. At the bottom of the screen, you have Cleveland Avenue, a nearby Chevron.
So you can actually do one of two things so that the jurors in the back can hear you.
Okay.
You can either use that same symbol earlier and point and use your arrow and then turn this way. I know it's going to be kind of hard.
I got you.
And you can use that to point to where you're seeing Cleveland Avenue.
Okay. So right here, we have 75, 85, which runs north and south. Then right here, we have Cleveland Avenue, which runs east and west along, 75, 85. And then we have the Steele Avenue street and the apartments and parking lot area where the actual search and investigation took place. And then we have neighboring businesses and the actual residents of, the apartment complex.
And going straight, because of going up still, past 2612 still, what if anything is behind that's not indicated in it?
Another apartment complex, but I'm not sure the name.
Okay, but that's another apartment complex.
Yes.
After securing the arrest warrant and taking the items to APB property evidence, did that conclude your involvement as it relates to this particular case?
I believe so, yes.
I have no further questions.
Cross.
Good afternoon, Officer Ross.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
I'm good. How about you?
I'm doing pretty good. Okay. So, you do not know when this video, the social media post, you do not know when it was created, correct?
I do not.
All right. And you do not know who posted it, correct? You cannot say that for a fact?
I cannot say who posted it.
Okay. And in fact, you do not know who filmed the video, correct?
I do not.
You do not. All right. And you do not know what approximate time that you saw the post, correct?
Well, in my narrative, it says 20 minutes.
No, what time you
the
saw.
timestamp. Oh.
Yes. You do not know.
No.
Okay. And you do not know what device that you were using to see this post, correct?
Nah, hang on, because you said, I don't know what time it happened. If we comparing the body camera video to when I'm saying 20 minutes in my report, it would have been roughly approximately that time.
You don't know when the video was created. You don't know if it was created and posted on the same day. You do not know.
We're not talking about that, though. We're talking about you saying how long after me seeing the video. That's what you just said.
That is not what I said at all. Let's just go back a little bit. Let's slow down, okay? All right, right now I am just asking you questions about the post itself.
Gotcha.
Okay, I'm not talking about your body camera. All right. Okay, so I asked you, you do not know when the video, meaning the Instagram video, when it was created. You do not know that, correct?
No.
Okay, because you didn't make it. You don't know.
No.
All right. And you do not know who filmed the video. You weren't there. You do not know.
No.
Okay. And you do not know when the approximate time that the video was posted, correct?
No.
Okay. And you do not know where you were when you were watching this video, correct?
No.
Okay. And in fact, you do not know the device that you even used to watch this video, right?
My city cell phone.
Huh?
My city cell?
You're saying your cell phone?
Yeah, my city cell phone.
Your city cell phone? Okay. Do you remember another occasion where I asked you that question?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And you don't remember saying that you did not know?
I'm pretty sure I said my city cell phone at that time as well.
All right. Don't worry. We can move on. All right. So you're watching this post, right? And you see what you believe to be a small bag of marijuana, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you see this post and you call your supervisor?
I notify him, yes.
All right. And you get a caravan together?
Yes.
All right. And you find a staging location?
Yes.
Okay. And you call, and several officers meet you at the staging location?
Yes.
All right. And you do this briefing session with your other officers?
Yes.
To go get this marijuana?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you arrive at the apartment complex, right?
Yes.
And when you get there, Mr. Nichols, who you believe to be Mr. Nichols, he's not even in that car, the gray car anymore, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And let me ask you a question. Let me make sure that I'm clear on this. you saw another post on that same social media account from the day before or earlier that day with the same clothes on, correct?
Yes.
All right, so anyway, so you get to the apartment. Mr. Nichols is not in the white Toyota.
No, he's in the white Toyota.
Excuse me, he's not in the gray Sonic.
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, he's now in a different car. He's in a white Toyota, right?
Yes.
All right. And there are two other people in the white Toyota with him, correct?
Yes.
Right, the two females that we just saw.
Yes.
Okay. And there are several individuals standing outside. That's fair.
Yes.
Okay. And of these individuals standing outside, they're males, they're females, it's both, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so let me ask you, sitting on top of the gray car, okay? The gray car.
Okay.
You saw individuals sitting on the gray car, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you saw individuals standing beside the gray car, correct?
Yes.
None of which was Mr. Nichols.
Correct.
All right. And so you park your patrol car, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you get out. And you testify that you smell marijuana in the air, right?
Yes.
And specifically, you said you smell burnt marijuana in the air, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Mr. Nichols, you approached Mr. Nichols immediately, right?
Yes.
Okay. And he didn't have any marijuana in his hand, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't observe him smoking any marijuana, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he didn't have a firearm in his hand or anything of that nature, right?
He didn't.
Okay. And as a matter of fact, when you approached Mr. Nichols, you and the other individuals, you asked him about marijuana, right?
I did.
And Mr. Nichols told you he didn't have any.
He did.
Okay. And as a matter of fact, Mr. Nichols said, "Officer, you can search me."
He did.
Okay. You asked Mr. Nichols for his name.
I did.
He provided it to you.
He did.
He gave you his real name.
He did.
It's fair to say he was cooperative.
He was.
Okay. Now, several other individuals was outside. You checked their IDs, correct?
I did.
Okay. And you put them in handcuffs.
Yeah, somebody did.
Okay. And you didn't see them committing any crimes.
No.
Okay. And it would be fair to say throughout your whole time in this apartment complex that all of these individuals, they didn't give you any trouble, did they?
No.
Pretty cooperative.
They were.
Okay. All right, so now you called for the K-9 unit, right?
I checked on the ETA, yes.
Okay. And you observed the K-9 unit patrol, walk around the area with the K-9 officer, right?
I did.
Okay. And out of all of these individuals outside and the cars outside, you didn't observe the K-9 alert anything beside that one car, right?
To my knowledge.
To your knowledge, okay. All right, so out of all of the individuals that was congregating that evening, no one else was arrested, right?
Correct.
All right, so they weren't arrested for drugs, right?
Correct.
Okay, and they weren't arrested for guns, right?
Correct.
All right, so you didn't find, crimes out there beside the one that you said that you arrested Mr. Nichols for, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right, and so you based your arrest for Mr. Nichols solely on what was in the gray car, right?
Yes.
Okay, and the gray car that he was not in when you arrived?
Yes.
Okay, the gray car that you couldn't pinpoint what time that he may have been in that car, correct? You don't know, I asked you that earlier.
Correct.
Okay. All right, and Officer Ross, let me just ask you this. You're aware that the marijuana charge against Mr. Nichols was dismissed?
No.
You're not? No further questions.
Any further examination? Mr. Sharp?
Officer Ross, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How many people approximately were out there that night?
I'm not sure. Who are you referring to? Who are you referring to? Officers?
No, not officers, civilians, citizens.
More than 3.
More than 3? Was it more than 10?
I'm not sure.
Okay. How many total people were detained?
The people near the vehicle and the people inside the vehicle.
And how many people was that?
Without looking at the video, I'm not sure.
Give me an estimate.
Want me to guess? Maybe 5 at least.
5? And how many people were put in handcuffs?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Was it multiple people that were put in handcuffs?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the total amount of marijuana seized?
17 grams.
And that's a misdemeanor amount?
Standalone, yes.
Okay. You also testified to, as an officer, seeing firearms with drugs a lot.
Yes.
Okay, and your testimony was the reason for that is because the people with the drugs don't want the drugs taken.
Or the proceeds.
Or their money taken.
Yes.
So your testimony as an expert is
He didn't say
or as an officer, excuse me, thank you, Your Honor, is that drug dealers have guns to avoid being robbed, correct?
It's one of the reasons.
All right, thank you.
Anybody else? All right,
Yes, Judge.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Tell me your rank again.
Sergeant.
Sergeant. All right. Just a couple questions for you. I want to pick up where Mr. Shaw just left off. You started talking and you were asking questions towards the end of your direct examination about your time patrolling the area, and you said that you are familiar with that Cleveland area. Is that correct?
Yes.
You asked some questions about, quote, gang activity or gang whatever in that area, right?
Yes.
And you said that you know that there's some people who, quote, throw up gang signs, I think is what you said, right?
I believe that to be a gang sign, yes.
Right. Okay. Sign you threw up while you were on the stand a little while ago was something that you said, well, that's recognized as that's what I know to be a YSL gang sign or something like that. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. So let me bring this back around to this incident. You see a video on Instagram, right?
Yes.
You decide based on the video where someone's got what looks like some marijuana in their possession inside of a car, that you're going to go to that location and conduct an investigation, or I guess go find the weed, right?
Conduct an investigation, yes.
Right. You went over there with a bunch of other officers. I think your word was caravan. Right?
Yes.
To go locate this weed that you saw in the car, right?
To investigate the marijuana, yes.
Gotcha. Right. And you were very interested in doing this because you even called for the canine before you went out there.
Yes.
Right? Make sure that as you go over to this, wherever this location is, where someone's got a little bit of marijuana or some marijuana in a car, you're fully prepared, you and the other officers, right?
Yes.
And there's a canine coming to make sure that when you get there, you got what you need to search or find whatever you got to find, right?
Yes.
You get there, and as we just discussed a little while ago, there's some folks who live in the area, some citizens, right, who are there standing around, right?
I don't know where they live at, but
yeah. You know they're there, right?
Yeah, they're there.
Right. I mean, they're not running all over the place. They're there in the location, this apartment complex where you are, right?
Yes.
Right? And what you do then is you all get out of the car and start talking to them and you detain them, right?
Yes.
And in fact, I think the way you described it, as you walk up, let's see, you say something to the effect of on the tape that we saw, do me a favor, I'm going to detain y'all. That's what you say, right, when you walk up to these folks. Who just
I believe so.
Detain in your word means put them in handcuffs, these citizens, right?
Yes.
Right. Even the ones who you hadn't observed commit any crimes, these folks in their neighborhood are put in handcuffs by you because you want to detain them, you want to investigate, right?
To locate the marijuana, yes.
Locate the marijuana that you saw in a car on an Instagram post that you don't know when was posted, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so these folks who are just standing around there in their neighborhood, right, detained, quote unquote, put in handcuffs, and you tell them, as you're conducting an investigation, that you're being detained. As a matter of fact, one of them you said something to the effect of, some kid, you said, you're being detained, you're a grown man now.
Based on his age, yeah, he was considered grown by the state.
Yeah, I mean, but that's what you said to this kid who's standing around there, right?
Yeah.
Well, he was putting handcuffs.
Well, somebody else was talking to me. I didn't say that to him.
You didn't?
Somebody was talking, somebody asked me something, and I said, he's a grown man now.
So when you said, when the words are said on the tape, and we saw the video, you being detained, you a grown man now, that ain't you?
I just said that was me. I said somebody was asking a question of him, I believe, and my response to them was, he's a grown man now.
Right. And that's the kid you're talking about who didn't have who had the ID that he had gotten to get a job or something like that, right?
I guess so.
Remember him saying that?
I don't know if he was getting a job, but I guess so.
You don't remember him saying that I went to this location to get this ID, you got to get it to have a job? You don't remember that?
Didn't really hear.
Okay. So, as you're conducting this far-ranging investigation looking for this marijuana, you're talking to individuals who are there, right?
Yes.
Somebody says something to you and you says you can have a seat on the ground. Remember saying that?
Yes.
Okay. And then you conduct the search and you find 17 grams of marijuana is what you found, right?
Yes.
And you found 3 guns, right?
Yes.
Mr. Nichols gets arrested.
Yes.
And that is the extent of it, right?
Yes.
Except at no point while you're conducting this investigation, while you're on the scene, is there anyone out there throwing up gang signs, right?
Correct.
Right. Ain't nobody out there while you're conducting this investigation that you're here talking about, that you're here testifying about in this RICO racketeering gang case, throwing up gang signs saying, I'm selling some marijuana because I'm YSL. None of that, right?
I sustain the objection.
No gang signs.
No gang signs.
All right. That's all.
All right, Mr. Matthews.
Sergeant Ross, and you're familiar as a veteran police officer and a sergeant, the responsibilities that you have with documenting and reporting as a responding officer, collecting gang-related information when you go to these scenes, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't document that as any gang signs, any paraphernalia, any language about any gang signs that particular night, correct?
That night, no.
Okay, nothing further.
Anybody else? All right. Any redirect from the state?
Yes.
All right.
How long you been a police officer?
11 years.
How long were you with the Apex unit?
3.
As an officer with APD, Apex unit, when you're conducting an investigation outside, in front of people, is it common that people throw their gang signs while you're in the midst of the investigation?
No, not when they get detained. No, yeah.
Not when they're being detained, all right? Okay. Everybody's talking about the marijuana. Were there weapons found as well?
Yes.
Why do you detain individuals when you first get on the scene?
Oh, well, in this sense, I didn't know who actually, had the marijuana. We were there to conduct the actual investigation. Had several individuals in a separate car that was nearby the car in question, and I had individuals sitting on and standing, immediately behind that vehicle as well. So, as well as they've been saying, door could be closed. Somebody could be trying to move whatever we suspect of being in that car. So I found it safe to detain anybody with immediate presence from that vehicle.
And were there others? Matter of fact, in the video, was there a woman in the driver's seat?
Of the white? Yes.
And from the video, did you put her in handcuffs?
Yes.
Was she in handcuffs from the video, the driver?
Oh, the driver, I'm not sure about her.
Okay. Was the passenger, was she please?
Yes.
Now, there has been some conversation about time. The video, again, where was it posted?
It was posted on Instagram, on that page, Bitches Quay.
Okay. And I think earlier you said it was posted in the Instagram stories?
Yes.
And again, how long are the Instagram stories last?
24 hours.
All right. And I believe you testified earlier that you got to work somewhere between 2 and 3 o'clock p.m. that day?
Between 2 and 4, yes.
2 and 4, excuse me. And would you have seen the video after you got to work?
Yes.
I stand the questions before him.
What time would you have seen, approximately around what time would you have seen the video?
Objection as an answer.
Overruled.
After I got to work.
Okay. So sometime after 2 or maybe even after 4, depending on what time.
Yes.
All right.
If I can continue, I believe it would be closer because my immediate action after seeing that video was to start gathering resources to go further investigate.
And in that Instagram video, were you able to see that white Solera?
What I believe to be the white Solera, yes.
Okay. And when you spoke with the owner of the white Solera, how long did she tell you she had been out there?
I believe it was 30 minutes.
So at best, from the time you saw the video, about how long was from the video when you saw it to when you got out there?
Objection, reading as an answer.
Oh, she said how long, so I'll overrule the objection.
If I said I saw the video, it took me 20 minutes to gather resources. I believe at that staging location, we drove across the street. That took minutes. So I would say, well, within that time frame that she's saying they had just got out there.
So this isn't as if, do you know, the video was posted months prior to this?
Not on the story, it wouldn't be there.
Okay. And again, once you arrived and you saw Mr. Nichols, where was he?
He was in.
Yeah, I'll sustain that objection.
And lastly, do you see Mr. Nichols in the courtroom today?
I do.
If you can identify him by article of clothing that he is.
Individual back in the, towards the back wearing a gray suit. It looks like a black turtleneck with some type of jewelry around his neck.
Your Honor, please let the record reflect that Sergeant Ross has identified Mr. Nichols.
Yes, y'all.
And last but not least, as an Apex officer, are you responsible for charging gang activity?
No.
Okay. Who would that responsibility fall upon?
Normally it's a gang investigator or somebody assigned to the gang unit that has a very broad basis of knowledge around the topic.
All right. I think I have no further questions.
Any further recross?
Officer Ross, the state just asked you about the firearms in the vehicle, right?
Yes.
You remember that?
Yes.
All right, so you're aware that you charged, and I think you went over this a little bit, and you're direct, Mr. Nichols with 1, 2, 3 possession of firearms during commission of a felony, correct?
Yes.
All right, and you're aware that they were dismissed?
Yeah, I wasn't aware, but okay.
Okay. All right, and you said that it was 3 guns, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you're aware that the possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, that 2 of those counts, you're aware they were dismissed?
No.
You're not? Okay. All right, now, you charged Mr. Nichols, right? You filled out the arrest warrants. And you did not arrest Mr. Nichols for any gang charge, correct?
Correct.
All right. I'm finished, Your Honor.
Anybody else?
Sergeant, earlier, you asked a question that you answered about the term 12. Remember that?
Yes.
You said that 12 refers to police, right?
Yes.
You said that 12 normally is people yell out 12 to alert folks that the police are coming, right?
Yes.
Would it surprise you? I mean, would you be surprised that people in the community might yell out 12 when the experience that they have is police coming in and folks who haven't done anything are just thrown in handcuffs and detained when they haven't observed committing any crime? You think people might be concerned by the police and might want to warn about the police coming in the community when they see that kind of stuff over and over again?
Are you referring to this incident?
Sure. Well, this incident and any other incident where something like this happens.
Well, I'm not sure about any other incident, but as it refers to this incident, I believe that there was justification for detaining people, so I'm not sure what they will feel.
Justification for putting folks in cuffs even if they hadn't done anything.
I sustain the objection.
Yeah. Y'all, So when you and you just talked about this a while ago, detaining folks to make sure you can conduct the investigation, put them in cuffs, do this up in Sandy Springs.
You said do they? Here, Mr. Adams.
Improper.
Please don't do that. That's improper commentary.
Well,
no, it's improper commentary.
Okay.
I'm staying the objection.
Okay, objection, understand. That's all I've got.
All right. Yes, Mr. Matthews.
Sergeant Ross, on that particular night, did you all photograph any building or any area that had any YSL graffiti in that apartment complex?
That night, no.
Nothing further.
Anybody else? All right. Anything else on the state?
Just one question.
We'll see.
Do you have control of how the DA's office disposes of cases?
No.
And on that Instagram post of him in the single picture, was the word slime on his Instagram post?
It was.
It was that within the time frame of this video?
It was.
And your understanding is slime one of those gang graffiti that you would see on the wall? Some of the graffiti you would see on the walls.
I stand as deleting.
Have you seen that word slime as graffiti?
Yes. Anything further?
Did you forward Sergeant Ross as a requirement for SOP any of the information to any gang-related investigator?
Forward it? I'm not sure, but I believe I made him aware of it.
Is it documented in any narrative report that you completed as a requirement as an officer?
In a narrative? No. I don't believe so. Anything further? Anybody?
No.
All right. May I excuse Officer Ross, permanent or temporary?
Permanent.
All right. Officer Ross, thank you for your patience with us. I'm going to permanently excuse you as a witness. Please don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the hour is about 5:20. How about we recess for the evening? Yes. You disappointed? You all look disappointed. All right, okay, all right. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is a natural stopping point, so let's go ahead and just recess for the evening. Let me go ahead and make a couple of comments to you at this point in time. First, we'll start out with the nightly ad nauseum admonitions that you all have grown to love. Now that you've heard several witnesses and you've considered some of the matter, is it appropriate for you to walk and talk about this case you're going out? No. Is it appropriate for you to tell your friends, neighbors, and loved ones tonight about all the things that you covered in court? No. All right. And you're going to post otherwise on any social media platform or phone a friend and tell them all the things that you learned thus far? No. All right. Okay, I think you understand that as well. Ladies and gentlemen, along with, just to reiterate as well, if anybody, third party or otherwise, tries to comment or reach out to you, I need to know about that immediately, okay? But nobody's supposed to be reaching out to you. Nobody's supposed to talk about this case to you. Nobody's supposed to discuss this case in your presence and hearing anywhere. So if somebody does so, I need to know about it, okay? That means if somebody reaches out to you by email or text message or other device, I want to know about it, okay? All right, ladies and gentlemen, any other ministerial inquiry of me at this point in time before I tell you a little bit about the rest of the week? Anyone? All right, say again? What's the question again? I said, any other ministerial inquiry of me? Okay, I mean, that's a question, if you have a question or anything like that. Okay, while you're thinking, okay? All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, just to kind of go over with you a little bit about what's going to happen this week. All right, tomorrow is the 5th, Tuesday. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start. I'd like you to be here by 10 o'clock, and then we'll start as soon as all of you get here, and I take up any other matters, but we should start between 10 and 10:30 tomorrow morning. That's the first thing. It'll be a regular work day. We'll probably work to, again, somewhere between 5 and 6 o'clock. So that is tomorrow, Tuesday, the 5th of December. As it pertains to the 6th of December, again, that's a regular work day. I'll have you come by report by 9 o'clock, and then we'll start around somewhere 9:30. We'll work the entire day at that point. Okay? All right. As for Thursday, the 7th, ladies and gentlemen, Thursday and Friday are going to be short days. So if you have business you might want to take care of, I'm going to go ahead and tell you the time period. We're going to start probably about 9. We'll get started probably around 9:30 or thereabouts. We're going to work to about 12 or thereabouts, so 11:30, 12 o'clock. And then you'll be recessed for that day, okay? So Thursday's a short day. You have anything you want to book in the afternoon, like an appointment or anything like that, that would be the time to do it, okay? Conversely, on Friday, the 8th, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry this microphone keeps going in and out, but I apologize. I need to look at my computer to talk with you so everybody else can hear me. Ladies and gentlemen, on Friday the 8th, you will have the morning off as the court has unrelated business to take up. So I'm going to have you come by report at 12:30, and we'll work from about 1 to 5, and then we'll recess for the day. So that's the schedule for the rest of the week. Just to give you all a little bit of planning and notice up front so you can kind of plan accordingly, okay? Yes. All right. So, how are we doing with our facilities? We got plenty. We got coffee. You comfortable back there?
Yes.
All right. How about juror stickers?
Plenty.
Got plenty? Okay. Remember when you leave tonight, leave your notepads in your basket and take a juror sticker, and then we'll see you. You can take that so you can get back in the courthouse accordingly. Okay. All right. So what time are you supposed to report tomorrow? 10. And what time are we going to get started by? Hopefully. Okay, 10:30, that's right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, any other questions of me at this point in time? Now that I've given you a little bit more information. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, again, as I've said to you, and I will continue to say to you daily, thank you for your patience that you've given us. You'll continue to give us in the resolution of this matter. And unless you have anything else for me, we'll go ahead and recess for you for the evening, and we will see you tomorrow at 10:00 hours, okay? All right, all rise. Please be seated. Our jury has left us at this point. Okay, before we close for the day, Ms. Hilton, if you would do me a favor, at the bench conference earlier involving the objection that was recorded and everybody had a chance to hear, I'd like it to go back to the video at about 40, number 1. And that would be state 68I, number 1. That would have been not the Instagram video, but the first body cam video at approximately 48 minutes or thereabouts. I wanted to check for what Ms. Westmoreland purportedly said on the video.
And Your Honor, I assume you mean 48 minutes from the top of the screen.
Yes, ma'am, at the top of the screen, yes. If we could forward that to that just a little bit before, I want to see it and hear what it says. To see if it comports with what was told to me at the bench.
Right there's one.
You got a license? Never had one? From what? From prison? Okay. Spell it for me. Last night.
Okay, you can stop there. Stop there. I did hear the word prison. Ms. Westmoreland, as I mentioned earlier, it wasn't I could have, if you had told me about it prior to this, we certainly could have gone ahead and edited that. I'm going to order that it be edited at this point in time for any future showing of that particular video. But this was the first objection that we had as to that issue. You did not bring that up before. It was not objected to at the suppression hearing, and it was objected to after it was played. So I just want to make sure I got that for purposes of the record. But I will go ahead and edit it at this point in time since you brought it up to me afterwards, okay?
Your Honor, thank you for editing it now. Just for the record, I think that I preserved the objection by objecting to the video in its totality for all of the reasons I stated before.
Oh, no, madam. You would have had to object specifically to that because that is a definite separate basis for objection. So I disagree with you humbly about that. While you objected to the video as a whole, that specifically should have been brought to the court, and I could have edited at that point in time. All right. Anything else?
Your Honor, just for the record, we will go ahead and edit that out. I do want to state for the record, though, that the evidence will come in that he was convicted of a previous offense. Just not that we're not going to edit it out, but for the purposes of any potential mistrial, the fact that he was convicted previously is going to come out because of the certified copies of conviction, and so I just want to place that on the record as it relates to Mr. Nichols.
All right. Okay. Now that we've resolved that particular bench conference issue, anything else at this point in time before we recess for the evening? Okay. If not, are we straight on witnesses for more?
I can tell who. I think we are calling.
Say again, Mr. Steele? Yeah, okay. I'm with
you. We sent the list, but it'll be Officer Cornelius, who didn't come today, Stancil, who was supposed to testify today. And let me pull up the list. Give me 1 second on. Deal on for Tuesday? Okay, Joshua Mason Sack. Officer Fikes with Brookhaven, Patrick Chapontis with GBI, and Joshua Masonek is formerly with GBI. Officer Ian Applewhite or Applewaite. Officer Jasmine Hawkins, now Jasmine Mogavero, and Edwin Garcia. Yeah. After Fikes or before Fikes? I sure can. Joshua Masonsack from GBI. Officer Fikes. Patrick Chapontis from GBI. Officer Ian Applewhite. Officer Jasmine Hawkins Mogavero, and Edwin Garcia, in addition to Officer Cornelius, or Sergeant Cornelius, excuse me, and Investigator Stansel.
Sorry, Mr. Shelton, maybe I don't see it, but
Mason Sack did the GBI reports, I believe, for the July 2017 case.
that's on the Friday list.
That's from the Friday list, and maybe should have been on the list yesterday too. I thought I recapped everyone, but definitely on Friday.
Patrick,
Yes. He tested the drugs in, give me 1 second, which case he's on.
Excuse me, Your Honor, while we're looking for that.
No. Let's just wait one at a time, madam. Okay?
Patrick Chapontis tested the cocaine in Act 100.
All right, is that it?
You're welcome.
All right. Okay. Yes, Ms. T. Williams, what were you going to ask at this time, madam?
My client needs a comfort break.
Okay, all right. Is there anything else that we need to cover so we can recess for today?
I just have a question. That exhibit with the body camera, I can't remember the number.
It's 68I.
Okay, thank you, sir. You didn't make a ruling that that's going out with the jury.
I don't have to right now.
That's fine.
I'll wait till the end of the trial.
I would just,
Yeah.
Yes, okay, I just want to make sure.
Yes.
I wasn't behind the ball.
No. If I have another one, did you move for admission, Miss?
I do believe we moved for the admission. Oh, sorry, Your Honor. I do believe we moved for the admission of State's Exhibit 68I.
Yeah, I think I'm going to admit it.
You'll be a continuing witness if
I get it. Okay. I'll deal with that all at the end of the trial. Okay. We'll cover all the exhibits that have been identified, just for purpose of record, and those admitted, and those that go back, and those that won't go back. All right. Okay. All right. And now can we let Mr. Ryan go to the bathroom, Mr. Steele, and recess for the evening? Okay. All right. Okay, folks, I'll see you all tomorrow morning for a 10:00 start time, and we'll be well, okay? All right, thank you.
Good night, Your Honor.
Okay.